Whee! There we go. I'll figure this out sooner or later. I'm a professional. All right, folks. Anybody that's watching, welcome to a special Saturday night edition of Praetor's Rejects and the Alien RPG rule system. Another Chariot of the Gods. We can't get enough of this module. It is different every single time we run it. We are running a special game for virtual KoboldCon, Casey Everhart's convention in Colorado Springs that unfortunately, as most every other convention so far has had to deal with, of canceling and not being able to provide RPG tabletop gaming to individuals. Thank you, dear. Thanks, wife. So here we are, put the convention on, having a good time, and I'm running a game for the group. We've got 5 new players, 4 really. Apologize, we missed out one. Don't tell me that's him. Yeah, right when I start. Okay, so we are going to start. We are starting here. We're going to do our character introductions. We're channel. We are live, so we will start off. Like I said, we're going to have everybody introduce themselves. Tell us a little bit about them. If they've got anything that they'd like the world to know as far as social media or activities that they do in the RPG community, please let us know. And then introduce your character and a little bit about that individual, and then we will get this show started. So we start off with Captain Miller. Say hi.
Of course. My name is Dwight. I'm also known as Cursus, Kersus, on Twitter and many other places. I run Furiously Eclectic People on Facebook and again on other platforms. And my character is Captain Miller. I'm basically a corporate cog who's trying to make some money and get this job done.
Yep, runner and owner of the ship that they are on, the UCS Montero is the ship that they're on. All right. Next up is Davis, the pilot.
What up? I'm Alicia. I go by the Awkward Dungeon Master on my YouTube channel. It's at youtube.com/the Awkward Dungeon Master. You can also find me by the same name on Facebook and Twitter. And I am playing Leah Davis, the pilot. She is an addict, so she has a very large substance abuse problem, and she likes to push all mechanics to the limit. So if there is a boundary to a piece of mechanical equipment, she will find it.
The adrenaline junkie on the ship. That is right.
Yeah.
That's right. Next up is Rye.
Hey, I'm Sean. I don't have a fancy introduction. I'm playing Kayla Rye. She's the ship's technician. This job kind of sucks. It doesn't pay much, but hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, right?
It does. And why does she do what she does?
I don't know that I talk about that yet.
Okay. I apologize. Okay. Then next up is Cham.
I'm Joe Foster. I'm playing Lyron Cham. I am the cargo handler on the ship. Make sure everything's where it needs to be, put away right. And I'm out here just because it's kind of the first place that's ever felt like home to me.
Okay. And last but not least, Wilson, our corporate man.
All right, guys. My name is Ryan. Been gaming for my whole life. And I am John Wilson, the company rep, your friendly neighborhood Wayland Utani guy. See? Company pride. And I'm here to help you guys make money because I'm your buddy.
I have the same shirt. Love it. Love it. Okay. All right. Well, that is our crew for the evening. And as I mentioned, to get the story rolling and having some fun here, your PCs, and I mentioned that so you try to play it as best you can. You as individuals may know all about the alien world and all the storylines and movies and all that, but your characters do not. There may have been hints through interaction, just time of things, some troubled areas and happenings going on out in the far fringes of the colonies and the known settled areas. But most people have blown that off and have not paid it much of mind. However, this group has been together for a little while now. Wilson being, I think, the newest crew member that came on about 6 months ago. And they are, like I said, members, space truckers of the USCSS Montero. And the group had made way out of Anchor Point Station in a large space station cargo handling facility, and we're headed out to the frontier on a special run. Normally, this ship would be dragging or pulling the massive tanker modules that would have cargo and stuff in them. This group was actually hired by Weyland-Yutani, since it is a Weyland-Yutani ship. They were basically commandeered to make a special run out to Sutter's World, carrying a bunch of helium-3 tanks, cargo tanks full of this rare gas substance that's used. It's clean. It's a clean burning fuel, but it's highly flammable and combustible. But this, that you're loaded down with this to take this special run out to Sutter's World. Nothing really has, when y'all left, getting out of the space station, moving on, there were some issues initially with the sensor relays. They kept pinging some contacts out, on the fringes of your sensors, but nothing ever showed up. Kept checking it, and finally Rye had to take a huge crescent wrench to it and beat the snot out of it, and apparently that got it fixed. And then Miller got the crew locked in and ready for the FTL and displacement drive activation. Got you into cryosleep, and away you went. Set your course for Sutter's World, and that was it up until now. We pick up the action in that the group now has finding themselves. You were all coming out of cryosleep. Here is your ship. I did forget one map, and let me re-pull that real quick. We're sitting here talking, but all 5 of you were, if you see your map, you will see that you are in the cryo area. Basically, if you know what those kind of look like, they're basically pods, full human-sized pods that you are all inside, in your skivvies, and you are basically all starting to wake up, disoriented, hungry, need a cig, need a fix, need some coffee, all of the above, basically. And Miller, it is up to you to get us started here, because it is your ship, and you are needing to get everything in order because you're pulling into Sutter's World. What do you do? Did I lose everybody?
I'm still here. I think he might be muted.
Okay.
No, how do I pull the ship map back up?
Say that again now.
I popped the map in behind. How do I pull the ship map back up?
Oh, I'll send it to you again. Here, let me do that. So, I'm losing my cams. Why is that happening now? Wonderful. I just sent it to you, so you should see it now. Correct?
It's in behind my character sheet.
Just close your character sheet out, and you just close it out until you need to open it back up. But you can resize your windows using the bottom right hand corner of a map or the character sheet, and resize that based on how much room you've got Fantasy Grounds running in. If you're running on dual monitors, you can stretch Fantasy Grounds over a couple monitors, or you're going to be limited. You need your character sheet open from time to time, the map, and sometimes the combat tracker. But character sheet close out. When you want to go back to it, just double click on your portrait again. It will bring it back up.
Okay, well, so am I the first one woken up then?
All of you are waking up at the same time. Basically, the system mother is the ship's computer, who basically handles everything while you were in the crew's in cryosleep, and she is basically activating and coming. Y'all are basically beginning to hear noises. You hear, the ships running in the background. You hear Mother.
Ask Mother, what's the status?
Well, Mother doesn't talk to you like that. If you remember the lovely movies, you've got some consoles. You've got a console there, But you basically have a huge control pod that's basically attached off of the bridge or a certain area that you go into. And she's got a lovely little keyboard and a monochrome screen. And yeah, you don't get to talk to Mother like Star Trek. It's a little bit
Okay,
different.
so I make sure everybody's waking up. I check on Davis first, and then make sure the others are up, and then I would head into the keyboard.
Well, there's a console right there, and basically, Mother is. You see a message on the console. You, Captain Miller, get crew awake, moving, get operational. You are needed in your control room. Eyes only. Message is coming through from Wayland Yutani. You see that when you look at the console there.
Does it look like everyone's coming out of cryosleep okay?
You should ask them.
Davis looks like shit.
I kind of roll out of my pod to the nearest terminal and start checking to make sure all the cargo supply survive the FTL travel.
I start taking care of the important stuff. I fire up some coffee and start cooking the dinner.
Yeah, mostly. So remember, you're all in your skivvies, so you're gonna have to make your way to get your clothes on. And normally people will meet in the gallery to give handles out, but at this point in time, you can proceed to do what task you're asking for. And Miller, you will need to head to Mother to interface with her. You are the only one. A ship has a special access key that only you have that grants you access into Mother.
Is that in the bridge?
It's on your map. Yep. And it's right there right off the bridge where it says Mother. Muthur. So y'all are free
Everybody,
to move.
Get yourselves cleaned up and ready to go. Let's find out what's going on here. And then I'll head towards the bridge
Okay,
after I get clothes.
That's right. You got to get clothes. Got to get dressed here.
Davis is just gonna throw on a shirt and then hastily make her way to the bridge where she's got some illegal substances taped underneath the control console.
Oh, it's good to know. Okay.
She's gonna try not to let Miller catch her doing it.
Right.
I'm busy making sure my jacket looks right and making sure the patch is in the right spot.
Very dapper, thank you.
Brian's gonna go ahead and catch a shower and get dressed, in a sense, and not taking care of yourself a little bit.
Right. Yep. Okay. So y'all head that way. And Miller, we turn you right upside. There you go. We don't want you upside down.
That feels better.
There you go. Yeah. You just put your cursor on the icon, on the token, and you rotate it with the wheel, and that's what's doing it. Because I don't have them locked right now for you. Okay.
Artificial gravity's fixed then.
There's artificial gravity. It's working. Yes. The plate system in your hulls and all that to keep you all locked down, and move about. And then you get dressed, and Miller, you can head on to Mother.
So I'll pass through the galley to the bridge and go to Mother.
All right, and yeah, you open it up, and when you're walking toward the bridge, and the main shield platings are opening up so that you can see out the window. And the first thing you notice is that there's nothing in front of you. You would normally be seeing a planet or a station in your front mirror, window there, and you're seeing just stars.
I move quicker to Mother.
Okay. All right. You open it up, and she's acknowledging that you log in, and eyes only communique is coming through from Wayland Yutani.
I'll check it out. Close the door
Okay.
behind me.
Yep, you basically are told that the crew contact has been made with a ship that has been off the grid for over 75 years, and you are to board this vessel and find any survivors. You are to find any and all scientific and research materials that this ship may have. They're letting you know that it is the USCSS Cronus. It was a scientific vessel, research vessel, and mission that was disappeared over 75 years ago. And you are to get in any and all, get the ship towed back to Anchor Point Station. All other jobs, all other priorities have been rescinded. This is your number one priority. This is mandated through Weyland-Yutani's business code of conduct and actions and all that. That you basically, you want any money, you want anything to to happen, you have to do this. It is now your number one priority. The Sutter World mission has been negated, and you are to instruct the crew to do any and all things to do to get the ship back to Anchor Point Station. End the message.
The rest of the crew probably hears the echo of my swear words.
Yeah, well, you're in an enclosed container, so there is, they can't hear you. So, all right. As you're sitting there doing that, the rest of the crew's doing their deal. Davis, you're basically, I'm assuming, you're taking care of. You basically, did you hop into your driver's seat and all that, and you're checking things out and kind of taking care of business. All right. Well, as y'all are all, that's true. I understand. When that well, what did I do here?
All right, I bring Davis a cup of coffee.
The Klingons and the whole ship starts firing off. You hear everything goes red, sensors go red on the consoles, all y'all's displays. You are in a collision course, Davis, with something.
Hey, Davis, want to take care of that?
Davis, would you, all of you get a point of stress. Okay? Okay, we started off with a bang. And so, like I said on your character sheet, you will click, you'll open it up in the upper right hand corner. You will click that first box that next to the panic button. You will give yourself a point of stress. Now, because all of a sudden y'all are disoriented and have no idea what's going on. Davis, what do you do?
I chuck my coffee over my shoulder, not even paying attention to where it lands on the floor behind or adjacent to me, and immediately throw the brakes on the ship.
Well, you're in a huge tonnage vehicle.
Yeah.
You don't stop on a dime. And
right.
You don't even see a ship out
so
in front of
anything?
you. You don't see a ship out in front of you. You basically, do you have
any radar?
You've got, you look down at that and you've got something coming up behind you, getting ready to pulverize you from your butt end. Okay?
Okay.
What would you do?
Can I drop it into the equivalent of a nosedive?
You could do your decision on what you want to do. You're basically going to give me a piloting roll.
Okay.
So you basically would grab the piloting number, grab those dice, and throw them in the chat window. That is not a success, even with all those dice. would you want to push your roll? You may
Yeah.
always push a roll. When you do that, you give yourself another point of stress. Just you only. And then you re-roll you re-roll it again.
Okay.
While she's crashing the ship, I let out some colorful expletives, and I dodge the coffee she throws at me, and I make sure I don't spill my own coffee.
Well, it doesn't look good.
And I'm bracing for impact.
Yeah, you see, she's trying to get in control, and the sensor looks like this ship was within seconds of slamming into the side of you. Davis's hands are shaking, unable to get control of the ship. Miller, your ship.
What are you doing?
I am trying to handle business, you jerk.
Well, the ship crashes, they all die, and it's game over. It was fun playing with y'all. Hey, there we go. So,
Is there a limit to how much I can push a roll?
you can only push it once.
Okay.
I say that one of you has an ability to push it twice. Has abilities. There are certain feats
Is it
that
just
allow.
one pilot's chair, or is there like
there's a
co-pilot?
bridge area. There's co-pilot. You could hop in there. Yeah.
I hop in beside and see if I can help in any way.
Okay. You can give yourself a piloting role.
Is there like a crash seat or something I can get in so I don't get thrown all over the place?
That's not good.
Y'all are getting bounced around. So we're not going to end this game here on the ship crashing with each other, because we just had our captain just panic on.
We're all gonna die.
Yeah. So the other three of you in the back are getting tossed around. All of a sudden, the ship just goes into some wild maneuvers, and whatever activity that you were doing, or if you were trying to drink coffee or get some food, you're probably now wearing it all. But we will say that they basically, just in the nick of time, the ships, y'all hear crunching, and you hear metal on metal as something is now moving down the side of the ship, just on your starboard
My
side.
ship.
I'm
Yes.
gonna start
Not
trying to
flying
make
sheep.
my way up to the bridge and get to one of the consoles to try to see if they've ruptured any of our N3 tanks, because I don't want any of that to explode.
Okay. What about you, Wilson? You're the company man. This is a Wayland Yutani ship you're hearing breaking apart.
Yeah, that did not sound cheap. I go down to the guy who's inspecting the cargo.
Well, they all ran to the bridge. Cham's the cargo holder. Rye is the technician. And Cham, you basically said you ran to the car. You were running to the one of the sensors in the bridge to see how the cargo hold is handling, or check some cameras and stuff like that to see what's happening and all. Right?
I mean, I hear the crash. I want to make sure we're not going to explode at the same time.
Yep. Not a problem.
Rye's gonna make her way to the bridge to figure out like what in the hell is going on. 'Cause we just got out of cryostasis and like we're already like in trouble.
Pretty much.
Yeah, this is gonna be a rough morning, gang. I'm gonna stay up on the bridge, and is there any kind of like sensors that show like what's going on with the ship, like hull?
Yeah, you got a couple of small breaches and all that, and not any particular areas. There are some mechanisms. There are some repairing mechanisms, and the ship is compensating for that. They're luckily for somehow, some way, y'all were positioned through to y'all were coming in close to this ship. They were just a little off on their positioning. Well, of what you can tell, y'all don't know. So Miller's the only one that's going. The rest of y'all are now ships slamming into you. Y'all have no idea why all of a sudden, because all of y'all are moving into the control room here. And Wilson, are you moving into the control room, into the bridge area? So if you'll move your token on up there, please, so we know where you're at, because this will matter. So I'm trying to upon it when you are moving around and doing things will try to use your tokens to give you a general area where you're at, because when things start going faster, it will matter. So if you close the map down by chance, you always can open up your port. You can open up your character sheet. You can double click on the token. There's two pictures, the one on the right. If you double click on that one, it will bring you back to the map that your token is last on, just so you know, in case by chance you close out a map. The rest of them will always be shown on the right hand side. So so y'all all are seeing sensors coming running out. What the hell's going on? And are now seeing on the sensor board, and now actually coming into view through the starboard side windows and all that. There is a huge ship just slowly moving past y'all, and you can see pieces of metal and things rolling along as it's done a little damage. More to it looks like, than to y'all.
Where the hell did that come from?
Say that again.
Any digital identifiers coming off it?
Well, no, there is. So when you ping it or looking at it, it is dead stick. There ain't you barely, you don't even think you see running lights. You can't tell if those are running lights or that's just reflection from outside, or if something coming off y'all. You don't see any lights on any of the windows. You don't see the engines are not powered on. It's not registering anything as far as what y'all's in front of where you're at, what you're looking at right now. Nope, there's nothing going on with this ship.
All right, I'm gonna stay on the bridge so I have an idea of what's going on, and I'm gonna try to strap myself into something in case we wreck again. But that way I can sort of supervise, but I'm not in the way, because I don't have any spaceship abilities.
Yeah, he's got a clipboard. And he's taking furious notes.
Hey, Davis, can you pull us away and have us just do a circuit of the ship from the outside?
Yeah, can we do a scan to see if there's any life signs on board?
Nothing's registering.
Okay.
Y'all don't have a scan like that. So this is alien. Okay. So yeah, unfortunately, Mother is registering and stuff coming back from you. It begins to show that their call number comes back up on the scanner, and it registers as the USCSS Kronos, a scientific vessel of.
Are we able to dock directly onto the ship, or do we have to float to get there?
So and Cham will tell you that you have an umbilical access arm that'll allow you to maneuver to get up close to its docking bay area. Not its docking bay, but it's basically, its airlock system. And through some work and all that, you can if you can do it right, you can you'll have to match speed with the ship. You will then have to pull in close, and then someone with heavy machinery expertise and all that will have to don a spacesuit and get out there and maneuver this arm to basically lock into the ship's airlock and connect up to it. Yes, you do have that on you. You also, the group, Captain Miller, you also have some other items. If you, in the upper right-hand corner of Fantasy Grounds, there's a little icon with three little symbols on it. If you click on that, that's called the party sheet. And you're going to see an inventory tab. You're going to see some stuff that's on the ship that you have access to. There are some tools. They've got one true service pistol weapon. There's a couple of other guns, bolt guns, grappling hook type stuff. You have 5 compression suits, which are basically your space suits that you have to have. They are bulky, domed head, spotlights on outer sides. They have biomechanisms built into them to register, physical, stuff about whoever's inside the suit. Simple communications to talk to each other or back to the bridge here, and that is it. A flamethrower and a motion tracker.
Is the ship in a safe spot right now, or are we just sailing beside it?
The ship right now is moving right on past y'all.
let's catch up and go alongside, and I'll explain what I just got from Mother.
And what did you get from Mother? They want to know.
All right, guys. So we've been pulled out of our current mission. We've been asked to board this vessel. It was lost 75 years ago. We're supposed to look for survivors, science and research, and tow it back to Anchor Point Station. I know it sucks. I don't want to do it either, but that's the job right now.
Was the plan to board the vessel by critting a hole by ramming it?
I didn't hear that.
That's for the best.
Was the plan to board the ship by ramming a hole into it? I don't understand.
That was just happy coincidence.
Well, Davis, if you can pull up next to it, I can get out. I'll suit up and go outside and get us connected. We can maybe get over there and stop its motion. It'll be a little easier to hook up and tow it back.
Okay, so you will, first thing, that's perfectly done. We'll roll that. To put a spacesuit on, you will grab one of the spacesuits from the party sheet and you drag and drop it on your inventory tab on your character sheet. So basically, you'd put the two windows side by side, and you're going to go to your inventory tab, and you'll have it where it just says gear, and you can grab that little alien symbol next to the spacesuit on the far right hand side, just like that. Boom, you just dragged a spacesuit over to you. So the rest of the equipment is up to the captain to don out who gets what and when. But to get across to the other ship, you have to put a spacesuit on. Just so you understand. Now,
I'm going to let Captain Miller know. I'm going to grab the cutting torch. I might have to. I don't know if that door is still open. It looks pretty old, so I might have to cut our way into the other ship.
Miller?
Yeah, go ahead. That's good with me.
Okay. Boom. So, Cham begins to go suit up. So now, we've got Davis trying to readjust to get the ships lined up. So guess what, Davis? Guess what you get to
Piloting
do?
y'all?
Yeah. And you can take off a point of stress. Everybody's starting to calm down. A little.
I did scan
Yeah.
for life signs, and I think it would be a good idea with this being an alien vessel if Cham takes the movement detecting device.
I concur.
That's what you're looking for. Oh, you had an extra
Oh, yeah.
point. Oh, yeah, you did with stress. Yeah, you were supposed to take. Okay, so you're good. Why that? Okay, good. Okay, so there's your success. So what that means is that you accomplished that, Davis. That's right, Jeff. Bring the pain. Don't say that to them. They don't know what's going on. So basically, see Davis hunker down, take a deep breath, wipe a little sweat off her brow, and she starts fiddling and pulling, and all of a sudden the ships become lined up, and your sensors are showing you from your access port for your airlock. You can see what looks across on the camera system. You can see the other airlock for the other ship, and now you can relay that to Cham over the comm system.
Cham,
Wait.
I've got eyes on the access port for the other ship.
Now, I'll let you know that sometimes when you roll your dice like that and you get multiple successes, that's called showing off. And I will let you know there are extra things that can happen when you get the extra pluses. They just don't negate themselves, okay? A facehugger will always negate all your successes. But if you get multiple pluses, then it's showing off, and you get to add extra. You get to hold on to a success for another roll, or in instances, especially if it's in combat and all that, you get the extra wounds to an attack and things like that. Just so you know, you're looking for those pluses, as many as you can get. All right. So Cham, you got a spacesuit on and you're clunking around, and you make your way out the airlock. You get into the airlock, you shut the main, inside doors, open up the access door, and you've got the umbilical system in front of you, and across you see the hulking hull of this ship that is black as night, and actually, yeah, well, you are, yep. And so what is happening is you've got a heavy machinery roll that you will need to make to unhook this stuff. Bingo is what we're talking about. Okay, there you go. On the sensors in the bridge, I'll watch as Cham not even breaking a sweat, man. This ain't nothing. That docking system moves across, moves right on in, and attaches to attaching to this outer hull of the ship. Yep.
As I'm hooking this stuff up, not even really kind of paying attention to what I'm doing, they hear me over the comm like, I better be getting paid extra for this. This was not in the contract.
Something we got to do to get paid.
That shot was at Miller.
Hey guys,
Unfortunately.
I got your back on this. Remember when we did the run to Rigel 5 and the company didn't want to pay you the bonus? Who got you the bonus?
You did,
This guy.
Captain.
That's actually Wilson.
Oh, sorry. Definitely not Captain.
Just think, there's a bunch of scientists on board. They've been doing research. Maybe they cured ugly. Davis, you might be okay.
Ooh, shots fired already. We love it.
That was
Okay.
a friendly jog. Yeah.
So can we drag other things from the party sheet onto our sheet? Where do we drag it onto?
So you decide. You're the captain. You decide who gets what. Okay, and what you get is you basically grab on the party sheet on the far right hand side of where the parcel items at. You see a little alien symbol. That'll tell you what the item is and a little bit of information about it. But you grab that symbol and you drag it to the inventory tab on your character sheet. That is how you transfer information. That's what I thought you were going. That's what I thought you were going for.
I've been working on that for a little while now.
All right. So Cham, you have got the umbilical system attached to the ship. You're dialed in 5x5 on speed and course. Everything is looking good. What do you do next?
So, I'm assuming I was outside to hook it up, so I'll kind of come back into the ship so I can then go through the tunnel, and I'll let them know. All right, I'll go in and check out and see what's on the other side of the door.
It's a trellis system, so it basically expands out. So you're outside, you basically have the outer door open, seeing space and the ship there, and you basically would just hop into the crawl system and walk across to get to the outer door of the airlock on the other side.
All right, so when I get to the door, I'll look and see if there's any way of opening it from out here, and if so, I'll try.
You make me a. So this sometimes I'll call for rolls that are similar in D&D based, but they're not. I'm looking for an observation roll, Cham. I'm not worried about failure. Sometimes I'll do this. I'm just looking to see. Making. What did you get? Did you get a success there?
Nope.
Ooh, well, looking at the ship itself, you'll see the typical scratch marks, part marks from just space travel. You're looking down. The damage seems to be what you can tell from where it hit. Looks to be a cargo bay area. Possibly what kind of hinted the system. There's some damage for it, and you can see something floating out. But the door itself looks like it's going to take another. There's no power, so you have a manual system that you're going to have to, work on to get.
I'll give that a try, and if that doesn't work, I'll pull out the cutting torch.
You can give me another heavy machinery roll.
Hey, Duffy, I sent you an email. I had a rules question.
You can ask right now because I can't. If you send it to me in Discord, I can't look at it because we're in a call. So you can just ask me though. So.
No, it's okay. I had a question about the bolt gun, but I googled it. So.
Okay. Yep. Well, there should be some information in it. When you opened it up, it will tell you a description about what it is and all that. So, If you click on the little alien symbol, that's the descriptor indicator.
Got it. Thanks.
There you go. Look at that. Cham is 2 for 2, looks like. So yeah, you lay into the mechanism. You get a wrench in there, and you've got the turn, system that's in there. You open a little panel, and there's the actual manual turn system. And the first couple of turns go, and then it stops, and it doesn't want to open. And you turning, and you actually notice that when it moved out just a tad, there's a buckling on the inside of the door. And so you whack at it for a while, and then the turning mechanism, and you finally just, if you could spit in your hands, except you would spit on the inside of your face mask, and you turn it, and all of a sudden you see it pop, and it slides open, and there's no light, except for you see a small faint glow of some running lights along the floor, around the bottom of the floor. So there seems to be some type of residual power here. But it's very dark. You have poor visibility already in this system. You've got some lights, that'll shine on, but they're not, ever present. They don't light up everything, but they do give you a good indicator. But you have to turn and look to see what you want to see and all that, to put light on it. They're not maybe, softball size or smaller type light systems that are on each side of it. And you see crystallines, basically what you expect was kind of interesting. The walls kind of sparkle from frozen ice, or, a saint. What's up, Priest? So our lovely creator of the rule system is here watching, and he is going to create this. He just updated this again to this newer interface. So they're Troy. They're saying some of the text is very hard to see. So the basically the small indicators, basically like if I take off a point of stress and all that, and I'm kind of seeing it. That relay back into the chat is really hard, and it's fragmented. So you might want to look at that, maybe expanding out that text. The main roles and all that are good, but basically the smaller chat messages and all that are really hard to see. Other than that, we're good to go. Yeah, Cham, so you're seeing that. You see a crystalline covering all the walls and windows and all that. You kind of look at the door. You can see that it is buckled from the inside. Something had hit it on the inside and taken it off its frame a little bit. Oh, they're working on it? Okay. Thanks, Troy. But you have opened up the door.
I will
Do we have, like,
slowly
video
start
feed?
moving in. Make sure, I was about to say, I'm going to make sure my video feed's getting sent back to the bridge, reporting back audibly what I'm seeing. So all of that he just explained, I'm saying that to you guys.
Did we give him the motion detecting device?
Now, as you're doing that, all of a sudden, Mother will crank up to you. Miller, you'll hear it start spitting out some information, and all of a sudden, blueprints will start coming across your console for the ship. Here they come. Deck A starts showing up. You will see Mother is on the top level. Cham, you are coming in. Right here in the middle of Junction A. The airlock is above Junction A, above A1. Okay, there seems to be another ladder system, some air scrubbers, which is basically the oxygen system. The cryo chambers are down there. Then examination, basically crew, showers and wardrobes. There are basically elevator lifts on the starboard and port sides of the system. According to this, the smaller little dotted lines and all that, those are basically air returns. The duct system, very small. You can kind of see how they connect up. That's Deck A. Deck B comes flying in. A lot more intense. You're going to see basically the ship area, basically the main bridge, storage areas, more junction points, corporate suite, which is for the company person, mess hall, living quarters, med labs, science labs, and then part of the reactor core is on on B. Deck C comes flying in. You begin to see more storage, cargo, the upper levels of the cargo bay, a catwalk system. This has a huge cargo area, some coolant tanks, and the reactor and processing plant for the reactor is on deck C. And then deck D shows up, which is pretty much basically where all the offloading cargo. They have a backdoor system that will drop down. This was a science vessel and it also had research and mobile vehicles on it. Basically, it could land and then the back door would drop down and things could drive off in and it and they could pull stuff in and out. And that was what the deck D is for. So all of you now have those. You can close those maps and they will be available to you on images and some maps if you want to relook at them. Okay?
Question. Are all of the pods for research, are they still there?
You have no idea.
Or have any of them?
You have no idea. Yep, there's no readouts coming. They just basically gave you floor plans of the ship. Finally came across.
So deck C is where we'd need to go to see if we get the engines going.
That's what you think.
Hey, I need
What
you
would
to
be
check
the-
to make sure that the research area is intact first.
We'll get right on that. So, what is the normal process for towing a ship like this?
You can't tow this ship.
Gotcha. I don't think Cham should be alone over there, so Rye and myself should probably head over as well.
I'll get suited up.
Anybody wants to, based on the orders, you basically, like I said, you grab a spacesuit from the inventory, drag it to your inventory, and if any other equipment that you would think you would need. Cham, you move over. Yeah, you're seeing you are in the basically still in the air hold. You also, when you step in, you will notice that the grav plates are working. Gravity is functional here, so there is still minimal energy power in the system to make that happen.
I'm gonna head over to that scrubber and just see if it's working, the air scrubber.
Hey Cham, don't go off too far until we get over there, just in case. Rye, can you take the motion tracker and the incinerator?
Yeah.
Yep. So you know what the incinerators, if y'all saw the movies, you know it well. Big old honking thing, and it has you have got a couple of canisters. Those are your reloads. And this in the Aliens, they don't truly worry about ammo unless you panic, which there is an option in panicking that you will unload everything in your clip or whatever you're carrying, and that would then basically mean you've got an empty system until you reload.
Quick question. Kronos, just based on this map, looks like the same ship from Prometheus or similar to it. It's just for my own visualization. Is that accurate?
I'd have to look. I'd have to go back and look at it. Could very well be this ship, but this ship is 75 years old
Really
than
does.
where y'all are at. Okay, from your ship. Okay. Now, and like I said, and you may have missed that. None of your PCs know anything about the alien systems and all that going on. Like I said, you possibly heard about it, something happening in the far off colonies, but it was just hearsay. Couldn't be, Other than that, y'all are just typical space truckers and dealing with the mission. Okay, Cham. Yeah, Cham. On the hand, system. Yeah, you see, like I said, the bulkhead is bent, and you see a couple of gouge marks that cross over that door on the inside. Can't hear you.
The one up here where I have my token.
Yeah, in the airlock.
Oh, okay, on the inside of the airlock. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I will try to get that onto this super low res camera strapped to my head so the
Yep.
people back on the other ship can see it.
Right now, you've got a door in front of you and a door to the south. Ladder, that system that goes up and down. You've got a comm system there, but it's not functioning. The only way to get the doors open right now is you have another manual turn system that basically you'll have to invoke. Put some little muscle into. You push the button, nothing happens. So basically, you've got to crank the system. But those doors are all closed. Who is getting prepared, or what are the orders, Captain Miller?
Rise to grab well, he already grabbed the incinerator. Me and him are gonna head over. I'll take a bolt gun to give to Cham just so he has something.
Okay, you grab all that, put your spacesuits on, and y'all proceed to make your way across the system, and that was Miller and Rye.
So I'm still on the bridge with Davis, right?
That's right.
All right, I'm trying to get Mother to give me as much information about the Kronos as she has.
Mother only talks to the captain.
I can't use like my company secret handshake or something.
Do you want to reveal that to the crew?
No, do I have a secret handshake? I mean, is that common knowledge that the computer talks to me, or she just talks to the captain?
Your crew's not supposed to know that.
Know what?
That you have a secret handshake. You've got it on your character sheet. Oh, well, there just goes that routine out the door. So
that's good to know.
So yes,
I change the subject. I'm like, what are all these white blinking lights doing?
So basically, yeah, the ship's mother only responds to the captain. He or she only has an access card that allows them to go in to talk to Mother directly. Now, you can bring up some console stuff. All you've gotten so far is just what came over the main console that Wayland Yutani sent. The captain's revealed and the floor plan. That's it. Very much little information has been given other than it was a research vessel sent off to another colony. To LV, what was it? LV 1113, and boop. Everything else is eyes only.
Is there a way to give information to just one other person?
Now you can whisper to each other, and you can whisper to me. But I probably should have said that before. So if you right mouse click on someone's portrait, you will see at the 9 o'clock symbol, there's a little whisper. And when you click on that, you'll see it puts it down in chat. And then you can type the message and hit enter. And you will send that message only to that person. If you want to whisper me, you do the \W, then a GM, and then space, and it'll send it to me. Okay? I see all whispers, though. So just understand that. I am Mother. Okay? But that is how you can chat with me. So ignore all that stuff about Wilson we just went over. You have no idea that happened.
Did you just get my test whisper?
Yes, I did. I got it. Well, you sent it to Davis. Or Miller. Let's see. I didn't get it. No, I didn't. I'm sorry. You do \W/GM and then space the message.
You're doing it in Discord.
No, not in Discord. In Fantasy Grounds. I can't look at it in Discord because I've got it on video. So it's this command right here where you see I just sent it in chat. Is it just W for the GM? Tori, I always thought you had to put the W. It said \W space GM space then the message. They'll send it to me.
Yeah, I just closed Fantasy Grounds. Sorry.
Are we able to see the Twitch chat?
You could look at the Twitch. Whoa. There, that Cham, you just sent me a message. Someone just, did you close your Fantasy Grounds?
I closed it.
Yeah.
Reconnecting.
Why would you ever want to whisper the GM? We don't know. Normally I don't use Discord for video. It was just trying to keep it simple for everybody because then you could whisper to me and you could talk inside game and all outside the game and all that. That limits this. That's why I'm going to vMix and doing the call that way, the whole nother system. And then we just use Discord for texting only. Once you get connected here, but once you get connected, let me know and just whisper me so I know you're working. Boom. Okay.
All right. Well, they're coming across. I'm going to try to open that door to the south end.
So you basically, Yeah, you make your way. When you make up to it, you see that this area is more. So you basically opened up the inner. So here's what you got to remember: airlock's got 2 doors, and if you want to open the outer door, the inner door, you got to close the outer door, and you got companions coming across right now. You basically just shut the door on them, Cham. Left them out in the cold.
Sorry, I didn't understand what was going on there. So yeah, I would wait to do that until the other 2 came across.
That's fine. Okay. Now, Wilson, let me know. Wilson, make sure and whisper me when you get connected and make sure you get your stuff back. I want to make sure you're good. And Davis is still sitting at the piloting chair, keeping. Miller. I just got a whisper, a test from Miller.
Just making sure I understood it.
Yep.
All right, remind me how we whisper back.
Just right mouse click on their token, and at the 9 o'clock position, hit the click whisper, and you'll see that it puts it down in chat, and then just type your message in and hit enter.
Okay.
And that sends a whisper to them.
Sweet.
No, we don't share our Tic Tacs, guys. Never share our Tic Tacs. Yeah, I saw that on the dice tower for that, and most of the time, you know what? I try to like it with the not keeping the. Normally in 5e and all that, you use the dice tower and you hide your rolls or GM rolls. This, you know what? I like knowing the rolls are happening. I think it adds suspense. If there's something going down and they see it or know that I'm rolling something and they see it, so be it. Normally, and I'll tell the players, and they talk about it in the rules, when you start rolling dice, it's really bad. It gets bad. It's bad news. You don't want to roll the dice in this game. Okay. Waiting on Wilson. I got a test from you. Thank you, sir. You're good. Okay. Any other questions, or we'll get back to this. So now you can, if you wanted to whisper me something, Wilson, what you're asking, then please do that. The 3 of you, so your companions come across. We'll get back to the game here. They come across. Y'all see Cham, and like I said, you got these bulky systems, helmets you're wearing, your lights are flashing everywhere. It's dim, it's eerie looking. There's crystalline, frozen ice, thin layer of it everywhere. And you even when you open up, so I'm assuming you waited till they came in, and so y'all shut the outer door, and now you're opening the inner access door. Is that right, Cham?
How do I give Cham the bolt gun?
So put it back in the party sheet. You just put it back in the party sheet, then he can grab it from there. Okay?
Right.
Yeah. Best way is just put it back
Cham,
there.
The bolt gun's here for you.
So Cham, you'll take the bolt gun out of the party sheet and put it in your inventory.
Got it.
Okay? Nicely done. And it has multiple settings in the gun, whether it's a tool or if you actually use it as a weapon, there's an indicator that changes to the weapon, because then that can apply damage and all that. But right now, that stuff, except for the pistol that Miller all of a sudden is pocketed, everything is a tool. Okay?
All right, so once they're in, I'm going to try to open that door to the south, because they said we needed to get down to the lower decks.
Yep. So you
I'm going to
basically
try to get to that stairwell.
Y'all had the readouts come up. So you go to that south door, and it's coated. It's got a metal door, and it's got a simple small window on it, and it is, a sheet of thin frost ice is covering it up. But you can put you put your muscle to it, Cham, and you can open up that door. No, not even call a roll. You just basically.
All right, so once I get that open, I'm going to start heading for that stairwell that's just to the south of us. I see it looks like 2 other doors that I'm probably going to have to open.
Well, you might want to wait there, Cham, because I got a surprise for you already. Where is my... Right as you open the door, back up there, buckaroo. Right here. You open the door. There is looks like a spacesuit. It's right in the center of the floor. Something as though it was sitting on the floor. Just right there. It's back. You're behind it. Okay? But there's no head. There's no helmet.
Oh, dear God.
And you look up and around, you're checking out, and there's goop, something all around the door frame. You can have a point of stress, Cham. You can have a point of stress.
I advise you don't touch the slimy stuff.
What did you say the ship was for?
What's the fastest way from here to deck C?
Walking it, or you can go down. So there's the ladder here. Or actually, the ladder in the stairwell goes down to the left. You notice it goes down multiple levels. So he's right. He's trying to make the stairwell there, or the junction ladder. There's a ladder there, and there's also a junction. If you look at your junction, if you look at the maps, you can see that there's junctions at every level, and you can make your way down those. So,
is there any reason we need to be on this level, guys? And I guess we got to search it, but why don't we see if we can get the engines running on deck C?
well,
This is a huge ship. It's going to take us forever to search it.
Cham just reported something to you. Is that there is a spacesuit sitting in the middle of the floor right there, and it doesn't have its helmet on, or so Cham thought until he takes a little bit closer look at it. The bottom part of the helmet, or most of it, the locking mechanism is on the suit. The dome part is all gone.
Cham,
the
is there a
head
body
under
in
it?
that?
Yeah, I was just start looking. Is the head gone, but is the rest of the body gone?
You want to move up closer and look?
Yeah.
You begin to move up, and you can see that there is a body inside that suit. And what would have been the head is not there, because in the arms holding onto it is a shotgun pointed up toward the head area. And you can then turn and look, and you see what probably was the brain material and all that all over the door frame and the ceiling. And you see, then you begin to look, and first you think it's a trick of the light, but the arms on this individual, the seals and all it have broke. Basically, you can see that the material has ripped, as though the arms have grown about 1.5 feet longer straight out, and they ripped the materials, at the junction points and the glove areas, and just ripped it off, and you could see what looks like, frozen human arm, underneath there. But the arm's probably about 1.5 feet longer than it should be.
Does anyone have any idea what happened to this? And I point out the arm thing. I'm like, I've never heard of anything like this. Does anyone? We don't really have a doctor on our crew.
Nope, you don't.
I don't think I get paid enough to know what the heck's going on with that.
What about Rye and Miller? What are y'all doing? Y'all are back. So remember, y'all are in big ship. So just because there's a good bit of space between y'all in this junction room and all that. So y'all don't see this. He's basically standing in the doorway, looking down at this, and he's just told you that there's something here on the floor. They don't seem very stressed out about it, do they, guys?
Man,
We'll take care of that shortly, won't we?
I'll try to move past the body so they can see what I was looking at from the inside of the junction room.
So a lot of times in this game, we talk about zones, and right now I'm letting you kind of free will move because, you're in bigger ships. You just couldn't run all the way down to, level 3 and, say, that's where I want to be. No, the zones, basically through hallways and other rooms and all, it is a zone. And when we get into that with if you ever do combat, you have to basically talk about immediate zone, second zone or far away, and basically by the number of zones, it basically gives you plus or minuses on your combat for shots and things like that, or up close and personal. There are different bonuses based on that. Right now, you've got a pretty big, the doorway, sitting there. There's this body, with its back turned to you. You can move around it, and you basically get a better view of exactly what
Where are you going, Cham?
You see, like I said, the shotgun's in his hand. You see a couple of rounds on the ground. And
I'm going to pick up that shotgun.
You may have a shotgun. Let me... Dun, dun, dun. I will put the shotgun... Where is it? Pump action shotgun. There is one in the party sheet now, sir. may drag it. You just kind of pull it, and it rip it out of its cold hands, and it just you crack two of bone, and then it just kind of slumps over.
What's going on over there, guys?
So Cham, you can move into the hallway next to it if you'd like.
Davis can view all our cameras, right?
Seeing somewhat of the not the Kronos. We want Kronos A. The spacesuits don't have cams. They have comm systems. They're not the military type. They don't have cams on them. They only have comms.
I don't know what's going on, Cham. Where are you heading?
Just trying to let you guys see what I'm seeing, because this is pretty nasty, and you guys are just standing around. I might need some help with this.
I thought we were trying to get the ship running, not deal with whatever dead people are here.
I was thinking of heading down to Deck C.
It's up to y'all. You can move down the ladder if you want. If you basically let Cham went one way and y'all are captain, you're in charge.
Yeah, like Miller. Is there any reason we're actually on Deck A?
That's the question. As far as I'm concerned, we're heading down to Deck B to get to Deck C, so why don't we just take the ladder down here?
All right, I'll move back in the room and start heading down the ladder then.
Y'all can head down the ladder. You go down. All right.
We seal that door, though.
He could close the door. Okay. You basically go down to Deck B. You go into that junction room. Nothing's happening there, and then so we get the map here.
Hey Miller, do we have any atmosphere over there yet?
Not as of yet. Do you know anything about this vessel, Wilson?
Not anything that you don't know, just the stuff that Mother's handed over to us. We need to get some atmosphere going. We got to make sure that the cargo is intact, and then we can start figuring out the rest from there.
Okay. Let me give you a Deck C. And so the group, here we go. Those are coming across. And it is Cham. Come here. Storyline. Cham, Miller, and Rye. Okay. There's Deck C.
Now, where would we have to get to on Deck C to try and get the engines running?
Rye needs to tell you that.
Hey, Rye, where do you think we need to go from here to get the engines running?
Rye knows it's the reactor. Y'all, you know that you need to get onto the reactor. You basically understand that is the control area for the engines, and the main nuclear reactor is attached off that. And the map shows you that. So you begin to head that way. You come down to the access point there, and you can. You've got the same thing system. The doors there's other than a simple running line on the floor to kind of give you a view of that there's some a floor there, and the grab plates. Once again, as y'all move down the access areas and all that, there's still the thin crystalline ice is everywhere. You get down to this level, the walls have they're a little blacker. You could see that the ice is definitely darker here.
This looks like normal space ice, like just from being cold.
Very cold, as though it, the systems. The heat's not been on for a while. Probably not air. The environmental controls are offline. Basically, is what you're seeing in here.
Well, if we can get the reactor on, hopefully we can get life support on too later.
Hey, on that note, you said Kronos is too big for us to tow, right?
He
C.
did say that.
Yep.
All right, hey Davis, I'm gonna need you to suit up and head over there and get up on the bridge and figure out what you're going to do to fly her home. All right.
Let's get the engine going before we worry about that.
Well, the sooner we get everything moving, the sooner we get our money.
With the umbilical hookup, could I access some computer stuff from our ship before we get the engines running?
There's no power. What are you accessing?
Whatsoever.
Yeah, you'd have.
Can,
You need to get the reactor
I-
before you do anything.
Yeah.
can I divert power from our ship?
Well,
to the-
there's a possibility to do that, but you're going to have to get you need to get coupled to the reactor. You would have to figure out where that's all down in that control area.
Okay.
And it's a Rye between Rye. You know, you're going to slave drive Rye. For her to do all that work. But there's something you're going to have major power coming to the bridge for you even having to have access to even control the ship at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know we discussed an umbilical early on. Is that not hooked up?
That's
then?
hooked up, but that's just a crossing umbilical. That is it,
Okay.
and that is hooked up, and y'all are in. You did your job and got the ship under not even thruster power. Basically, everything's offline. The ships are no power to them, and it's just moving, coasting along in space. And you can get over there. That's just a crossing mechanism, the umbilical. That is all it is. So.
Copy that.
Okay. But yes, so I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut off what Wilson and Miller. Just where did we leave that at? Okay.
We're dealing with engines. Davis is staying put for now.
Okay. Okay. So y'all make your way.
I'm gonna let Captain Miller and Rye know. I don't know how much good I'll be in the reactor. But I'm gonna head over towards that cargo office so I can try to find out what they were carrying on board that might have caused this place to shut down or caused someone to blow their own head off.
Yeah, if there's
Blow their own
something-
head off.
If there's something bad going on, we should stick together rather than split up.
Let's stay together. We'll get the engines going, then we'll look at the rest of the ship.
It's an aliens game. Nothing could go wrong if we split up.
Partially
We
true.
already had our
So-
part. We already have everyone in 2 groups. I figured 3 was better than 2.
True.
Three's a bigger number. It's safer, right?
Let's swing around to the right and head down to the catwalk and get to the reactor room as fast as we can.
Y'all may move into the hallway system. Y'all can begin to walk, and I'm just gonna kind of give you more information. Yeah, you walk in that area. Doors are shut. There's still black. The ice is blackened in certain areas, but it's not consistent. Okay, in the hallways.
Does this seem normal to us, though? Like, there's nothing abnormal about what we're seeing on the walls.
You want to make me a observation roll, or you can just say that doesn't look right to me. You're not quite certain. Just your observation. You're not paying attention to it.
Keep moving.
I'm waiting for Miller to join the group as y'all make your way. Okay? To the catwalk. To strut your stuff.
Whatever. Cham and I do all the work here anyways.
Okay. Yeah, you come onto the catwalk, and basically now it's, definitely is typical what you understand as a trellis system, and you're seeing down into the cargo bay areas. Okay. There's not much there, but you see stuff all over the ground. You see you've got some type of there's some damage somewhere down there, Chan, because you saw it when the ships collided with each other. But what you would expect to be full is fairly empty. What you may see looks like a little Land Rover type vehicle is upside down. You see a couple of the drums over in one corner, some papers. That's it. There's nothing in the cargo bay.
Davis, you did a number of these things and blew everything out into space. It's almost empty in here.
You try waking up from cryo and saving our asses.
I thought that was just called doing our job.
We are still alive.
Y'all can make your way. Y'all can still walk the catwalk, folks. All right, and y'all are looking and walking, moving along. Okay. Right. All right. So while they're doing it, Davis, what are you doing? Anything?
Hey,
Oh,
should
you're
Davis
pushing
be
talk.
looking at the damage to our ship?
Wilson's making us some coffee.
Wilson wouldn't make coffee. Well, so what are you still? But you're still. You didn't get out. I wasn't sure we followed that. Were you getting in a suit and going across or not? I couldn't tell.
Not yet. No.
Okay.
I'm still just holding.
Okay.
I do have a question though. Is there a way to have the ship hold its course now that the umbilical is hooked up?
Well, you basically have done that. You basically set it in autopilot mode, and you've got them both like tracking now. You've got match speed on the ships, so you're fine there.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm staying put for now to monitor.
Okay, Wilson, what are you doing? Wilson.
Sorry, yeah, I went to get some coffee.
Okay. Okay.
The damage to our ship. I mean, does everything seem like it's explode or anything?
Yeah, no, nothing. You seem to get some just more outer hull stuff. Nothing was really breached from y'all ship. It looks like the other ship took more of the damage. Even though Davis was not successful in totally mitigating the crash, she did enough.
All right, well, I let her know that in my report that, I'm going to make sure she's cleared of any wrongdoing to company property.
Okay. All right.
But should somebody be inspecting the damage to our ship just to make sure it doesn't break later, or no?
You got to direct that to the captain.
All right, I direct that to Miller just because I want to make sure that our Montero doesn't end up getting wrecked because of the damage. We just didn't check something we could have fixed.
What are you worried about, Wilson?
The damage to the ship that I'm on, we don't know how extensive it is because we never really looked, and something bad might have happened and we don't know about it.
How much would I have seen on the outside of the ship when I was connecting? Would I have been able to tell that it was really badly damaged, or if it was
No. The Kronos took some damage, but you don't think that it took enough damage that it ejected everything out of the cargo. You saw a few things and some outer hull damage and all that, maybe, and some bulkhead, outer bulkhead stuff. Nothing. You don't. When y'all are seeing that, y'all don't see anything being sucked out or having an issue with compression in where you're at. Okay.
What about the outside of the Montero when we were coming across?
Montero, y'all systems and Chan was looking and all that would have said that y'all just took some same type of minimal damage, scratch damage. You've got some simple repairs to do on that. The hull of the ship held.
So if we apply engine thrust, it's not gonna snap anything important.
You'll snap that umbilical right off the Kronos. Yeah. And take something else with it. It could very well. But yeah, the answer to his question is, could you fire the engine off? Yeah, sure. Yeah, you're fine. All right. Anything else with you two, or we're going to move back to Deck C. Okay, Deck C group. Y'all can begin to continue moving.
We're probably gonna move through this junction here.
You move through the junction. No, you see nothing out of the ordinary. Yep. Y'all come in. You open up the long hallway here. Now, when you come out, Cham, you're walking that way. You see the door there. It's shut, but you see it's a pulse, a faint blue pulse coming out of the window through the haze and all that of the reactor control. No, the reactor control room. There's a door there. Well, he just moseyed right on up to that shit. He not scared of anything. All right. Looks like we know who our first victim's going to be. We're going to kill him right off. I jest, folks. I jest. Yeah, when you move up to it, but through the haze and all that, you can rub up. You see there's a blue light kind of not slowly blinking pulse coming from off of one of the console systems in there.
Right. Is a blinking blue light good or a bad thing?
I don't know. Do I know if it would have Winky
Make
Roulette with
me
Ryan.
what you can make me a Comtech roll, right? Because you are the technician. What did you roll?
Trying to figure out. I dragged it. What do I do?
You can grab that number in Comtech and drag and drop it into the chat window, or double click on it.
Die pool.
What now?
I dragged into the die pool. I don't know how to actually roll.
No, not the dipole. No, not there. In the chat window, the big window where all the text and all the rolls are showing and all. There you go, just like that. Bing. Oh, ow. Ooh. Ooh.
Oh,
Look
I
at
know
that.
exactly what this is.
She's showing. She is showing. Yes, she is. Where's my Comtech? That's talents. I want. Oh, come on now. Let me open up my story real quick because you just started showing off on a Comtech roll. So what you just did is you have a success, but it's called a stunt. It's a show off. And so basically you have some choices now, right? Because you're the first one to do it. You can gain a +1 to another roll like that down the line. Or you don't have to roll. If the next time I ask for a Comtech roll, you basically automatically succeed it. You can do it quickly. If it was some type of roll where it amounted to some time, you could, have the time. Or you can get some new information that normally, unexpected information. You can ask me another question. You can sometimes you can hide your tracks if you were trying to do a Comtech roll to hack something, or you basically can just show off, do a handstand as you information, whatever it may be, but you have a choice, and that happens for all of y'all when you roll an extra plus like symbol like that. You basically get something called a stunt. So
I like the idea of banking a +1 for later.
you can bank a +1 for later, my friend, and that means that there's an open relay for power, which is possibly the reason there's issue with power on the ship. But you also know that their relay means it starts here of accessing it, but there's some relay systems on the outside above each engine pod. One of them is offline, and that is going to affect the power of the ship. So there's going to be some work that's going to have to be done, a spacewalk, and some repair work that's going to have to be done on the outside of the ship by somebody that has technical abilities.
All right, yeah, I'll relay that to the everybody. Relay problem. Probably gonna have to go outside.
Yep.
Fix it.
And and y'all are seeing that through the window now. And it's just the whole window's with the ice on it. It's just kind of glazed out, and it's just kind of slow pulsing.
Is it, Rye, is it safe to go in there or to see and maybe find out what engine needs worked on?
Yeah, let's go in and see what we can ascertain because we don't know which engine to relay yet.
Okay. Open up the door. Who's opening up the door?
I'll do it.
Okay, so you open up the door, and we're about to step in, and you stop. The room is destroyed. Chairs, desks, all the paperwork, it's just everywhere, thrown all over the place. There's some paper stuck to the wall, and you're looking, and there's the normal ice, but almost all of it is this funky yellow color. It ain't right, and it covers the walls, it covers the equipment, it covers the relay stations. It's a yellow-white residue just everywhere in the room.
And I don't recognize what this goo is.
Do you really think you would recognize what goo is, Jam? It's not supposed to be there. That's definitely, that. And the room is like a bomb went off in it. And you can tell from looking over that the main blast door, or reactor door that separates the room from the reactor, it's wide open.
Well, I'm not going to go in there, but I will let Rye and Captain Miller know that door to the reactor is open.
You're reading minimal radiation. It is there, but you're not reading. Your suit's not reading anything of consequence. And don't yell at me, Troy. I'm not using radiation all that much. He just did some new changes to radiation on the system and all that. But since we're in the speed mode run for this game, I've cut a few things. But yeah, your suits are not registering. There's some there because you know it's the doors open, but it's not anything that's going to. I'm sorry, Troy. You know that it's not bad, but you don't know what the hell is covering the walls in here. But you're going to have to get in there to do any work. Somebody knows you're seeing it, and Rye can peek around the corner too and go, "Holy hell!" If that's the nice words that you would say. That room has to be clean before any work can be done.
Got a janitor, anyone?
You look
I
at
will-
you see the reflection in your dome. There's your janitor.
I will make my way in and see if I can get that reactor door shut off, even though it's still minimal radiation. If anything happens, I don't want to get cooked.
You're gonna have to go in there. Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Looks like y'all can move in. Yeah, you move in, and your suits ping a little bit harder. Especially Cham's. Cham, you walk into there and you look into the room as the dull glow. There's more shit in there. Been pulled into the room. That room is supposed to be crystal clean because it's a reactor. But on the northern side of the area here is a big pile of stuff, a couple of 3 or 4 feet tall, and then on top of it you see a spacesuit just sitting in the middle of the pile.
What the?
Cham sees it.
I would relay that back. There's stuff in the reactor. I see a spacesuit on a big pile of, I can't tell what it is.
It's trash. It's trash. You see desks. You see just lots of gunk been pulled from everywhere. More, a lot. And it's just sitting there next to that. And you see this pile and this spacesuit sitting on top of it.
Rye, is it safe for me to enter in the reactor?
I don't know. Read the radiation.
Yeah, you think you don't want to spend a lot of time in there, but you have ability to move. You could move into there. And Rye,
Is there any of the stuff in the relay control room?
This relay control room is covered with the goo, frozen goo, and the stuff is everywhere. There's stuff all over the ground. You see a trail of it. Actually, now you can see a trail of it flows from the outer door into the reactor room. Just trash everywhere.
I want to go into the reactor room and ascertain whether or not it
Both
looks...
of y'all are walking in there? Okay. All right. So,
is there anything wrong in here other than the garbage? Like, if we were to just close the door and then eventually get the reactor working with fire out, probably.
I need the two of you. It starts, doesn't it, folks? I need the two of you to make me mobility rolls, please. You want to push them? If you want to push them, you both slipped on stuff as y'all were moving into the room and made a racket. If you push it, you give yourself a point of stress and re-roll it. Cham falls down. Rye does a pirouette, spin around, and lands it, and you have no idea she was standing there.
Can I catch Cham with my
As she's flying through, I look, and that's what causes me to fall.
The only reason I'm going to allow this right now is because you rolled 3 successes there, Rye. So you're going to show off, and you're going to grab Cham just as he's falling by the back of his collar and holding him. There's a handle back there maybe, and you pull him back up. When you do that, the two of you, because there was a little noise and all that crunch, 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 the head, the spacesuit, begins to, it moves. And it turns just enough that you see that it's not a spacesuit helmet. It's a large bubble with the elongated back, like a beluga whale type deal. And it just you just kind of see it move up a little bit.
What the hell? Get out of here.
Now
I,
you
like,
said we
I-
do not have
I
video.
grab him and
Y'all do not have video of this going on. No, you do not.
so
What are you
I
guys
have-
doing in there?
Since I already have grabbed him to steady him, I am pulling him out of the reactor room.
Yep.
I'm going with him.
Okay.
Here, Miller, help us close this door. There's something in there.
I help them, and well, what's in
The
there?
door is off. It is off its its mechanism and all that, and will not shut. It has been pulled off.
Was it-
You see it actually is bent in a couple of spots, and there's huge gouge marks down it when you finally look at it. It ain't shutting.
Was there something alive in there?
Quick, get out of the reactor relay. We'll talk out there. We need to move.
Yeah, we need to find some door to seal this in. There's something in there.
Let's get out of here then.
Can we seal
And
the
once-
Y'all
Yeah,
hear?
once everyone's out, we start
Y'all,
trying
yeah,
to
y'all
shut
are
this down.
backing out. You hear stuff crash to the floor in the reactor room. It's just like a possum. Just you hear cans, metal, just kind of falling to the floor, and then you'll see a little. Maybe it's a little tennis ball or something, kind of boink, 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 kind of bounce out the door, roll into the reactor control room.
Yeah, there was another suit in there, but I couldn't tell you what was in it. It wasn't a person.
So are we able to seal the reactor relay control room door?
You can shut it.
Well, I'll at least do that. I'll get it shut.
Okay.
Is there
Yeah.
any way to get this ship running without clearing that reactor room?
Ask Rye.
Well,
Rye knows negatory, Captain.
yeah, not
Now.
that I can think of. We'll need to do something.
Davis
about that.
and Miller. I mean Wilson. Davis, what are you doing? I don't hear you.
Just listening in on the comms. Is there anything else around us if I do a quick scan?
Maybe a contact roll. Maybe a contact roll.
Okay.
Remember how to do it?
Yeah, it's just not letting me grab the number. It's freaking out. There we go. Okay.
No, you don't. You're messing with the system. The only thing that's happened is that pesky issue that earlier shows up again. A couple of pings. You're messing with it and ping like there's something else out there. But y'all were dealing with that when you left. Once y'all left Anchor Point Station, you dealt with it a couple of times, and then Rye had to get in there and took the big old crescent wrench to the system and beat on it for a while. And that, all of a sudden you're doing that, and a couple of times you're messing, trying to dial in, and you get a ping, and then oh, there's something out there, and you look, and then there's nothing there.
Hey
Does it
Wilson, you seen anything like this before? I'll point it out to him.
Do you mean malfunctioning Wayland Yutani gear? Never seen it before.
No, there's this weird. What did you call that? Feedback?
Yeah, it's a residual ping, response ping, as though something was out there somewhere in front of the ship somewhere.
Yeah, I thought Rye locked that down earlier. She said something about convergence zones or some kind of, I don't know, sensor words.
Yeah, it
It's not
showed
in
back
my
up.
bag.
Hey Rye, are you on comms?
I'm here.
Rye?
He said yes. She said
I'm
yes.
here.
Oh, okay. Do you think that could be something else out in front of us that we missed earlier? Because I'm getting that feedback again.
Right when Davis asked that, the door in front of y'all, Ryan Cham, all of a sudden, bam, and it buckles out a little. It shakes the whole door in front of y'all, something hit it on the inside, and some of the glistening goo broke away from the glass, and y'all are sitting there, and this
Flamethrower.
huge creature. No, the door didn't open, but something hit it and tried to take it off, take it out, and it just kind of buckled a little bit. But y'all see something huge standing on the other side of the door through the glass. Huge
I get my
head.
shotgun out and ready.
I told you
Huge.
there's something in there.
Yeah. And it basically,
See it now?
all of a sudden you see another arm just come in and bam, and the door. There is now a physical dent in the door.
I ready the flamethrower at the door.
Cham, get out of there. And Rye, flamethrower, watch our back.
Hey, Davis, if we have to leave in a hurry, how quickly can we leave?
I don't know. It depends how long it takes everybody to get back, or for us to get suited to go over there. Which way are we
Bam!
talking?
Door buckles.
You want to go grab the suit?
So the glass is
Right, get
starting
back
to
to the
crack.
junction.
Run!
Davis, just get ready to leave in a hurry.
And this is y'all chatting about this. Y'all are Wilson. Are you you went somewhere else, right? You were chatting in the galley, whatever. Are you back in the? Did you come
Yeah,
back
I went
into
and made
the?
some coffee and came back with some cookies.
Okay. Okay. And his clipboard. Okay, cookies and clipboard.
Coffee.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's the name of the game now.
Special
Okay.
food ration. And we have nice upscale cookies.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, here we go. Y'all are sitting there chatting, and this is taking place, and y'all are hearing the other ones yell, "Get the hell out of the room!" I'm sure. Normally y'all would scream. I would think there's some bitching, there's some cussing. Captain Miller saying, "Get the hell out of there!" There's something in the room.
Yes.
Okay. There's mass chaos going on. You all can have stress. You're welcome. All of these sudden,
Even us?
all of you, because here's why.
Danger. The emergency destruct system.
The Montero self-destruct system goes off. You've got 10 minutes to get off the Montero before it goes boom. Your own ship, Davis and Wilson, is about to explode.
Davis, can you override that?
I can try.
What the hell's going on over there?
I don't. Wilson, will you go grab our suits? While I
Yeah,
try to
yeah.
do this?
I dropped the cookies and the coffee, and I go grab some suits. How big of an explosion is this going to be? Is it going to screw the?
It would take out
furnace
both
up?
ships if you don't get away from it.
Yeah.
Davis, you
Okay, that's
furiously
suboptimal.
try. You're furiously working on it. Your console goes dead, goes off, shuts
Okay.
down.
Can I throw myself underneath the console and see if there is a way for me to hack the system to set the ship
You
to put itself on a course to get away from us?
You can
and we
make a
just connect
Comtech
the
roll.
umbilical?
You can make a Comtech roll for me.
Fuck yeah.
I'm sure you'd be saying more than that. So you are successful. You're thinking you're hacking and rerunning wires. The self-destruct does not turn off. It is this is at a higher level than just a simple malfunction of the ship. You're able to tell.
Do I feel good about my ability to hack a way for it to move away from the ship that we've boarded?
You begin to see, you get back up, and you notice that the direction of the ship, you're seeing changes all of a sudden happening, as though the courses are being changed for the ship, and you're not doing it. And though they're going to start pulling apart here in a second.
Where's it going?
Away from each other.
Okay.
That means that that in about 3 or 4 minutes, that umbilical system is going to be broken in half, and y'all are going to be on this side.
Wilson, we got to get suited up and get over.
Yeah, I'm down here. I've done level 1 prep on your suit all. already.
Okay.
Y'all
I'm
may
gonna make my way
run.
over there.
Okay,
Yeah,
y'all
we're running.
run. Yeah, you hit the get in the suits. Y'all begin clanking at, and this is slow going, and y'all are, and all this whole time, all the flashers, everything in your headset, all 5 of you are hearing, it is counting down. While that's going on, the 3 of you now have that in your headsets, plus you see another door, and this time the door comes up off. Another hit, and that door is going to be flying across the hallway.
Let's go. How far can we get away from this?
You can move into another zone. So Miller's already in the junction point, apparently looking around the door. The 2 of you have been looking at the door. So if you want to move, you can make me a movement.
Jim,
You basically move into the hallway or into the junction room. Basically, you're working with zones right now. So, moving through doors moves you through zones, stuff like that. So basically, it looks like Miller's yelling and starting to head up the ladder.
I'm going to tell Rye to go, and then I'm going to follow behind Rye.
Okay, I was going to bring
Keep that flamethrower handy.
Y'all make the call. Y'all put yourselves where y'all want.
Go, Rye. I got it. I hold up the shotgun base.
All right.
Okay.
This ladder goes back up to deck B?
Those ladders go all the way up to A. Those ladders, you've got 3 access points, both junction points, and the stairwell in the center crisscross the three levels, not the bottom level. Only the bottom level looks like you've got ladders and one ladder. Actually, I think the junction. Let me see. What did B? I forgot. I apologize.
I'm looking at the maps.
It's a stair. There are 2 elevators that take you down to the cargo, but they're dead right now because there's no power. So, but the junctions and the stairwells go between the top 3 levels. The door you hear the next
all in
bam,
the junction now,
and y'all hear the door come off. You hear the door slam into the wall across the hallway.
We're all in the junction room now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And our door's closed.
I don't know.
I close it behind me as I come through.
Okay.
Let's try to go quietly up the ladder and see if silence will keep us away from it.
Y'all can make your way up the ladder. You can make your where are you going to B or A? Which level?
Can I use the cutting torch to try to weld the door shut a little bit?
You can start that process, certainly. Yep.
So I'm going to do that to try to keep him from coming through.
Okay. You start on that, and then all of a sudden you hear scratching and movement on the other side, and you can see movement on the other side of the frosted glass, but then that frost starts to melt because you're hitting it with heat, and this creature is now moving its head. You can see it maybe it looks like it's got some type of eye function, but it doesn't look like it's open up, but you can see its hands, and they look like partial human hands and something else, and they're really long, and it looks like the suit, it's got it was a spacesuit, but that's its body, and but it is clothes, some type of uniform it's wearing. You think all of a sudden scientific uniform from 75 years ago, and this thing is feeling the door and kind of scratching and feeling it before you begin to see it rear back, and it is huge.
Let's get up to deck B, see if there's anything big in the armory up there.
I like the sound of that.
So you start working on that, and it's hitting it kind of pounding on the door. But this is a junction room, so the system here is a little bit thicker. So what you're doing, Cham, and y'all move into junction B.
Hey Cham, let's see if we can get 3 or 4 doors away from it, then seal the door. We got to still make sure we can get back to the other ship, or at least let them get to us.
Okay, y'all are dealing with that. Y'all are hearing the countdown happen. Davis and Wilson, you're making your way across. Y'all may make new mobility rolls, because now y'all are trying to run in the suits across the umbilical system.
All right, how do I roll?
Mobility, you grab the mobility number and you drag and drop it in the big chat window. Or double click on the number in the mobility. Boom, just like that. Oh no! Wilson. So, Davis, you're moving across. You're dancing. Wilson, unfortunately, you may have slipped there. You're going to give yourself a point of panic. A point of stress. You'll click the next box. Then hit that panic button right there next to. And what does it say? Okay, what? Oh, I bet no? Y'all have, you may not have your book open. So, my bad. So, Wilson, go down to the bottom right-hand corner where it says library and fantasy grounds. Yeah, so see the bottom right-hand corner where it says library? Yeah, he doesn't have his book open, I think. Click on that. You're going to go to the modules down below. What?
Load Alien RPG.
Yeah. What? No, I don't. Thank you, though. Yeah, load that. Make sure it's loaded. Hit the books. Make sure it's open. Okay? He rolled it too, so I just want to make sure. So you're holding it together. You're good right now. But do me a favor. Hit the panic button again for me once you've got it open. I just want to make sure that works right. Boom. That's what it was. Yep. So he didn't have his book open. All right. So same roll. But you're good, and you slip a little bit. You'll make it across. As you're the last one because Davis just took off ahead of you. The umbilical system begins to crack apart, and you're seeing the ships are being separated, and you're seeing the Montero's engines actually kick in, and you just in time make your way into the airlock system as that umbilical is ripped away from y'all's end, and the Montero is moving. Engines are firing up because y'all are dead in the water. Y'all are sitting in an open airlock. Davis, Wilson.
That
Davis,
was close.
Do you want the good news?
Nah, give me the bad news first.
All right, well, the bad news is all their stuff's gone. The good news is we're not worried about filling out that accident report.
The good news is we have a bigger and nicer ship now.
Is it super
Remember she said that, folks.
I regret nothing.
Okay. So they make it across. Yeah, you shut the outer hull, you open up the inner one, and y'all are stepping into. You're on level A. We've got a split party. Y'all are staying there for one moment. Party B, or party A, the A party, the aggravate the alien party. You are in junction B2. What are we doing?
I think we need to want to make our way towards the vestibule 1, the armory. So we need to get this door open to the science sector hallway. Is it stuck or anything?
So I'm gonna go to story here. Story. I'll tell you real quick. Where are y'all at? Science. Okay. No, the door's not stuck. You just see though that
Sorry, my mic was off.
that's okay. No, it's more stuff everywhere. The crystalline form is everywhere. Y'all,
So I'm trying to tell Davis and Wilson, meet us in junction B1, which is the front part of the ship, and our guys, I want to get just past the med lab and then try and seal that door.
Okay, y'all make y'all's way. You see, you're now seeing when y'all move into that hallway, the sector science hallway. These walls are coated with soot from flame activities of some sort. And there's trash on the floor. You see rents. You see large scratch marks on a couple of walls here.
So we get to the next hallway?
Yeah, you move on. This whole area is in bad shape.
God damn.
Yeah. and y'all move past the med lab. All the doors are shut, but you see scratch marks on the doors. You see, especially in this area, lots of blackened soot is what it, as you're looking at it, covers the walls. Okay. Y'all
So
can
I
move
will
out-
start trying to seal this door then.
Perfect.
I'll keep an eye out while he's sealing.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, cover him with the flamethrower ready.
Yeah, you can start welding the door. Yeah. And y'all are still hearing the countdown, but it's beginning to crackle as though it's something, the contact between your ship, something's changing. You're losing that connection. Back to Wilson and Davis. Y'all have come across, so y'all are in. Let's go to Deck A, and let's put the two of you, Davis and Wilson, and here y'all are.
If I'm remembering right from the map, we need to take the stairs.
You have stairwells that go down. That's correct.
Yeah.
And y'all can make it down to Deck B. Sure can.
Sweet.
And I'll put y'all then as y'all make your way down. Boom and Wilson. There y'all are. Everybody's on the same map now, but just far apart. So y'all weld the door. We got 2 minutes. Y'all are rushing. Everybody's freaking out. The communication, the countdown all of a sudden breaks with you. Y'all hear no countdown anymore from the Montero. Y'all's communications are chatting, but they're not very strong. Just so you know.
How about
So
you?
the
Do you wish
Montero
need to
was
go?
like the hub
And
for our comms?
you want even more bad news? Your air supply system is over halfway used right now. Welcome to
Where on
Aliens.
the ship could we refill our air?
Medbay?
You've got EVA on your map. You see EVA suits are in the Deck B, but they're going to have to charge for a while. Yeah, you're going to have to hope that there's canisters and recharging and all that, but you're going to have to, you have to take your suits off to do that.
Okay, I see air scrubber shaft on deck A. I'm gonna head up there just to see if it's turned on or what the status is.
Stay with Davis.
Yeah.
What about the life support monitor that would be north of you there? Or
Well, they got to get into that. They got to get into that room. That's the bridge. Y'all know that's there. You are moving when the three of y'all come into this area and start moving. I'm assuming are welding the door and y'all are moving. You're hearing a banging noise coming from that air scrubber shaft is a long tube that bisects the 3 levels, and it is basically how they Cham will know, because we'll reveal this already, that the electrolysis system, basically there are rods down on the bottom and it's covered with they're filled with water, and those systems, they generate electricity that basically charges up and creates the oxygen that then is pushed up through the shafts into the conduits and all that provides the oxygen in the ship. Y'all are moving in there. Y'all are hearing a banging coming down somewhere inside there, a mechanical bam, bam. And it's not a lot. It's every so often you hear bam. Cham knows that it's mechanical in nature. Let me put it that way, Cham, when you hear it. Okay. There are escape pods on the vestibule areas. There are 4 pods. The bays are there that you see on the map that are in vestibule 1 and 2. Those are where the escape pods are located at. I forgot to give you all the index. So what's the damn word called? You know what I'm talking about. Explains
The
what all
key to
this.
the map.
I forgot to whatever it is. Big words for me. Okay.
Now,
I'm
the
heading
escape
towards the
pod's
armory.
Like the one from Alien where you get put in cryo sleep.
The escape pods, 2 to 3 people can get in one. Yes, and you just eject out.
Why didn't they use them on the ship before?
Y'all don't know. So
Thinking out loud over the comm. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
So
Shut up.
my orders over the comms are, whether they follow it or not, for Davis and Wilson to go to the bridge and see if they can check the life support monitor. I'm heading toward the armory with the other two.
I tell
What
Rye.
about-
I tell Rye. I think whatever's going wrong with the air scrubber, there's something mechanical in there. We might have to go into the shafts.
All right. Well,
Wilson, put your butt back. Get back there, Wilson. Get back. Cheater. Now, hold on. Yeah, so 2 groups. I'll take Davis and Wilson first, and I am semi-teasing. What are y'all doing?
I wanted to say that perhaps Rye should also look at taking the EVA suits into an escape pod if there's one available. Because if we can get an escape pod going, we might be able to get oxygen in there and then recharge our suits if we're having an immediate air supply problem. But I'm fine going to the bridge now if that's what the captain wants.
They also have a life
do you think,
support
Wilson?
monitor.
Yep.
Yeah, I think going to the bridge is a good idea. They have a life support monitor. Maybe we can figure out what the O2 status is on the ship.
Okay, y'all can move toward the bridge if that's what y'all are choosing to do. The door
Wilson and,
Go ahead. Sorry.
Wilson and I don't have any weapons. Would somebody be willing to give one of us a weapon so we're not going in unarmed?
Be sad that y'all leave the other weapons on the ship.
There was only one left, but we didn't have time really.
So, yep.
I was
Nope.
busy making coffee. I didn't get the gun. Sorry.
All right. So what are you two doing? Are
I
y'all
got
moving
cookies.
anywhere?
I
Yeah,
still
he's
got
got
some cookies.
Yeah, he's got a cookie in his hand still. He's been running across. Yes, and he's wanting to eat it, but it keeps hitting his visor. And so, yeah, exactly. He's got chocolate chip smeared on his visor. Okay.
Oh, Captain, my captain, may we have a weapon?
But he doesn't. They're not carrying it.
We're a
Where's your
little far
weapons
away.
at? Yeah, your captain's all the way down and coming up the hallways toward you and the ship. Y'all are in the junction room. Are you going to move anywhere?
Hey, Davis, you're being paranoid. We don't need a weapon.
Okay.
Okay, y'all haven't
We're going to the
moved
bridge.
one bit. Yeah, I'm waiting for y'all to
Go to
move
the bridge.
so I can give you the bad
You know
news.
who's going first
Yeah.
then.
Yeah, well, you
Go to the
can't.
bridge.
The door won't open. The door is locked. And there is no power to the door to open it up. While they're dealing with that bad news, the 3 blind mice down below. Sorry, folks with the map. Let's deal with them.
Being generous.
Y'all begin to move up. Yeah, you're hearing the banging, and y'all can move on up through the access, and y'all come into that hallway. There's trash everywhere. You see stuff dragged. You're not seeing, y'all continue moving on. I'm basically getting ready to get, so y'all come to that. So where your companions are right around the corner. Hearing them banging on a door.
I'm trying to open the armory.
The armory door, that's a manual door. You can open it up. Yep. And
He's going in there. I'm going to continue up and try to see if I can cut through into the bridge.
You can start that process. What about you, Rye?
I'm going to stay back here at the armory so that no
Okay.
one's alone.
So Captain, what do you do when you move into that room? What are you doing?
What do I see in the room?
So the pod bays you will see are both empty. There are no pods in this room. You see most of the the doors, the supply doors are open. Stuff is just kind of dragged out and thrown everywhere. You see a pulse rifle sitting in one of the lockers. I will put that.
I got.
And it's got one reload. And we're talking, the pulse rifle. It is the one from Aliens, the big boy. Okay, it is a machine. It's the bad boy, and it's got a reload. You also see a case of shotgun shells, basically a reload, is sitting there too, on the ground. But then all around that locker system in that area where you see is not yellow substance, but is milky white substance is coating two of the doors like a spray, you know. Yep, milky white everywhere. That is it. So you have a pulse rifle that you can pull from the. I put it in the party sheet.
All right, I'm checking out the EVA suits.
So you move into there, and George, you see 3 spacesuits in there, but they are much older models than yours, and your systems will not compatible with yours. Your systems are going to have to be pulled out and use the oxygen systems to recharge. You can basically get on, and set up the system to pull oxygen from this ship to resupply yours. But there are three suits that are just hanging there, and they haven't been touched in a long time.
What was the crew of this vessel? Like how many people were on board?
20 to 30. It was a scientific vessel with the ship crew too. Also scientists here. The pods bay, you see the pods on the other side, they are both empty also. All the pods in this system are missing. Escape pods.
Okay, so they probably all evacuated 75 years ago.
Inconclusive evidence.
That's
Based
a
on
fair
what we've
assessment.
seen, not everyone
Yes.
evacuated.
I do grab the shotgun shells for Cham too.
You got them. That's fine. Just make a mark on that. But you got the rifle. As y'all are all doing that, a flash emanates through the whole structure, and and lights you up. You basically almost could, like, you think you could see through your suit and see your bones and all that. The whole ship is lit up, and there's no lights though. All 5 of you are lifted up off the ground. And I will need another point of stress. Actually, I'll take. Hold on. I'm going to. Where's my clock? Oh, it's hidden behind here. Because I would have given y'all a little bit. Okay. Y'all are all lifted up off the ground. I need mobility rolls. Actually, I need survival roll. No mobility. Let's do mobility. Each one of you need to make mobility roll. Cham, you've got one too many stresses. All of y'all should each have at least one. No, actually, probably you do. You got a little bit more stress. That's right. Okay, so
I had the extra stress from almost falling into the reactor.
Wilson, I need thank you, Wilson. Okay, so ones who did not pass, you both y'all slam into the walls. Y'all will each one of y'all will take 1 point of damage. So you will tick off. You go to your character sheet on the left-hand side where it says health. You'll tick off one of the boxes. Your face.
I'm not sure if I passed or not. I don't know what
you didn't. You didn't, because you didn't get a plus symbol. You're looking for a plus symbol. You didn't get one.
Got it.
So those who failed, just click off. Not a stress. I said HP, your health. So you're gonna make sure y'all do that. You're gonna click off. Yeah. Okay. Good. And who else failed?
I failed and took 1
okay,
point.
you're good. Okay, I saw some stress being added. Yeah, so I just took hit points from you, not stress. Stress is coming. You think you got stress? As you just now understand that your ship just exploded and took y'all up, and the ship rocks up, and you feel it, and I think it's like it's bouncing. You don't know how the hell it's doing that, but it feels like it's bouncing in space, and y'all are jarred around and all that. And when that happens, you begin to you're sitting there and you're yelling at each other, screaming, all the fun stuff. All of a sudden you hear and all the lights all of a sudden start turning on across the hallways. You begin to hear the vibrations of the reactor. Something's happening there, and You're starting to see, yeah, you can see the lights are starting to, the hallways are all being lit up. The doors now all of a sudden, by just the push of the button, will open up. You're seeing power all of a sudden starts coming on.
The heck? And
All right. Well, I will stop trying to cut through this door and just open it.
You push the button, it does not open. You know that they have to have you have to have an access.
Captain, can you come try to open this door? It's saying my access is denied.
On my way.
Well, yeah, so, Captain can move in there. Okay. So y'all can move up. What do you do, Captain?
Try to open the door.
With what?
Do I have some kind of access?
You think you understand that you do not have the proper access. Your card key will not work in this ship because you are not the captain of the ship. You have to have the access cards to get into the bridge, and none of y'all.
I guess we didn't notice if any of the other spacesuits were captain insignia on them.
You go look. As y'all are talking, all of a sudden you hear Mother. Their version of Mother chime out. Cryo system stasis turned off. Reviving process begins.
Awesome.
And we'll hold there for our break. How about that? Okay. So, do y'all want to guess what that means when that system is alerted and you hear that come across?
I'm going to go on a limb and say it means we're screwed.
Nothing good is what I'm going to guess.
No, there's got to be like 30 colonial marines that are going to come out of cryostasis and help us clear the ship.
So, we'll hold, but you will look at your map on deck A, and you will see that there are 3 cryo chambers. We don't know what it means, though, do we? Okay. Let's hold here for a second since we've still got plenty to do and people to kill. Because this is the DM's therapy module. Because we freely get to just beat the shit out of you for a few hours. And we don't have a remorse for it. I'm honest about it.
I've been trying to die. I almost fell into a reactor.
So it happens. But this is a great mod. This is you have a set steps to kind of go through, but how y'all get to it and all that, it's always different. So, man, the DM definitely has to, unless you play it strict hardcore, I'm jumping around and definitely got to be on your toes. So, but yes, folks, we're going to hold here for about 10 minutes. We'll start the intermission here. Players, any questions, PM me here. Thank you very much. I hope you're enjoying it. There's a lot going on. We're getting into basically what's the second act now of the movie. So if you know what that means, headed toward like a freight train to Act 3. But let's do our break, grab a drink, hit the restroom, do all that stuff, folks. Don't tune us out. Stick around and we'll be right back. Get me. There we go. And our audio's our ports are all off, but that happens. Cool. All right. Boom, went back. I forgot Discord did that. Okay, I think we're back live. Having some fun. Alrighty, making sure. Down just a tad. Okay, everybody ready to go? Uh-oh, no, we lost her. 1 second.
Let's do it.
Ready to die.
I'm here. I just needed a cord.
Okay. We'll pick up the action. Here, as they all stare at the locked door before them. The ship has exploded. Their ship has exploded and thrown them around. and the ship, all of a sudden, as then it happens, some power begins to course through the system, turning on the hallway lights. You hear the doors, a few doors open and close, automatically, except for the door in front of y'all. But you're trying to.
What about the air shaft panels from this room to the next room?
What about them? What do you ask me a little bit different? So they are
can
small.
A person fit in them?
No, they're as small as small person size, halfling, hobbit size, and you got to remember, y'all are in big spacesuits. There's no way y'all fit in those.
Well, I'd go back to trying to cut my way in if the captain couldn't get through the door.
Well, let's wait
Please
a sec.
do.
Is it possible? Is there like a control panel that can be overridden, maybe?
You could try. That would be someone with technical skills. But you got to remember, y'all are in spacesuits. So all this delicate work that you're doing, you can't be accomplished because you got these big gloves on.
What were you saying, Cham, about the air scrubber shaft earlier?
I heard some banging in there. It sounded like maybe some of the gears are off. Maybe we can get into there and get it set back up, and then we can get out of these suits and have a little more ease of mobility through here.
I was looking at the deck layouts. I don't see an access mechanism to get into the air scrubber shaft. How would we normally get into an air scrubber shaft?
There is an access. There was an access at the top level. Hold on, let me. Or any of the so you go into the stairwell, and Chamus knows that there is access panels into the air scrubber shaft on the eastern side.
So we'd have to go up one level and over there to the east side of the scrubber shaft. We should.
You need to get in there. You need to get in the stairwell so you can get over into the air scrubber shafts. That's correct. There's some access grating and panels that can allow you to go through outside of your suit to be able to get into the air scrubber shaft and look down it.
So we can't get in there without getting out of our suits first.
That is correct. And your oxygen levels are now depleting on y'all.
Does anyone have any other ideas to get the oxygen? I know that Davis said something about the other vac suits.
Yeah, a med lab should have oxygen tanks for medical purposes. Can we repurpose those for refilling our supplies?
We might also be able to refill them now in the vestibule too, just because the power's back on.
Your refilling stations are in the vestibule too, but your suits are not compatible with the suits that are there. So you're going to have to come out of them to rig a system to be able to power up and charge the suits and redo the oxygen to them. It's going to take some time. Can be done, but it's going to take some time.
And we sealed ourselves off from MedLab.
Yep.
How much progress have I made on getting through the door to the...
Are you cutting your way through it? Or is that what you were doing, Cham? Okay, yeah. That's fine. Yep. You can, it take some time, but you just destroyed the door locking mechanism. And you can cut it, and the door will open up. Yep. And Wilson comes around the corner all of a sudden, joining the group.
Is Rye keeping an eye down the other hallway?
I don't know.
Yeah, more or less.
Sorry.
I'll make my way over towards the life support monitor, see if I can figure out how to get life support turned on.
Y'all can make your way in there. Okay. Here's what you're going to see. So let's talk about the bridge. Yeah, things are starting to turn on. You're seeing powers being slowly restored. What was given off eerie orange glow effects. Now you're seeing some panels start firing up. Command station is showing that there is a it is starting to show that the ship's coming to life. There is a compartment area that houses an emergency access key to Mother. That has been smashed open and the key is missing. Most of the ships, you see the system, the engines are, being tested. There's some basically diagnostics are being run. You see, Cham, you see the life support system. Multiple things are happening. There is there is oxygen here, low levels. No one asked until y'all get to the life support system. And you're seeing that it's breathable. It's just real low levels, that there's something wrong with the air scrubbers. They're not firing right. The rods are not getting, they're not moving for some reason.
But there's enough that we'd be able to take off our suits.
Yes, there is. It's going to smell like gank, but there's actually a low level of oxygen in here. You also see the cryo area. You're seeing that there are 5 tubes that have been activated. There were individuals in the tubes. Those tubes have been turned off, basically, and the occupants now are revived. Other ones are showing malfunctions, non-operational status on them.
Hey
The
guys,
holographic... Hold on. The holographic display table in the center is completely smashed and burnt out. It has been set on fire somehow. The room has got a bunch of fire damage in it. One second. The sensor station, it's also been damaged, but it looks like, Davis, you'd have to you think right at it, but there a possibility, the sensors, but sensors only, that's basically going to be kind of radar and what's kind of going on out in front of you. It looks like it's been some damage to it, but possibility being repaired. The pilot stations are the issue. Pilot station number 1 has an axe embedded deeply in the center of the console. Heavily embedded into the middle of it. The second one is completely powered off, not even coming on. And let's see. Yeah, you already know about the life support monitors, that they're working, but the system's not generating enough oxygen, and for some reason it looks like the filtering system for the carbon dioxide is having an issue filtering. It is not functioning properly. So you've got an issue there that bring everybody more, and you're going to have to deal with and get over there to look at both sides of that system. Okay.
Even if we get the air going, we have no way to get the ship actually going.
At the moment. Yep.
We also have 5 people waking up upstairs. We might want to get up there and make sure they're okay.
Hey guys.
They're already revived, right?
Who those people are?
Hey guys, regarding the spacesuits, I recommend we don't take them off. We just open the hood visor so we're breathing ship air, and if it hits the fan, we can close it up, and then we use
their helmets. They screw off. It's a whole dome. It doesn't open up. Nice try, Wilson.
Buddy system.
If you thought I was going to make it easy for you, you were wrong. Right?
Rye, I'll come with you. Let's get to the air scrubbers and see if we can get the oxygen cranked up, because this is going to become a problem real soon.
Yeah, right on.
What about, okay, so y'all begin to move toward the center stairwell area to get to the air scrubbers. Davis, you're looking for those sensors don't tell you anything like that. Life support's just basically showing that there's, there were some individuals in the pods. Your sensor station's basically sensors for outside the ship and flying and all that.
Cool.
Your question is, though, that let me.
How many rounds are in the pulse rifle, or do I have to worry about that?
Hold on. So
You said earlier, unless you panic, you're not worried about ammo, I think.
Yeah, you're not truly worried about it, because you would think that you would, but you don't deal with rounds that way. You're still fighting and all that, but there is a panic option that if you hit it with a weapon, you basically unload the weapon. On a panic mode, you basically just spray the area with bullets until it runs out.
I give Davis the pistol.
All right, I'm gonna pull the axe out of the
Okay.
console, and that's gonna be my
Sweet.
weapon.
Okay. So you can pull the axe out. So it's just an unarmed. Well, it had a little extra an unarmed strike. Okay, it's an improvised weapon type deal. You need to give the weapon. So you need to put the weapon in the party sheet, and then Davis needs to pull it out of the party sheet into her inventory, please.
Is that Miller giving me the pistol?
That is correct.
Yeah,
Your boss.
Thank you.
it's in there now.
Sweet.
Now, Wilson, okay, y'all didn't pull. Okay, you needed to get hold on, y'all didn't get the space. Y'all got to get space suits. Okay, y'all didn't pull them over from the inventory tab. Miller, let me give it to Wilson. Who's missing inventory? Okay, so Rye's got a space.
Me.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say there's some missing here, so let me give that to y'all because that matters. Who's missing? Who doesn't have the last one? Miller? Don't Captain? No. Miller's got one. Need to be wearing it. Equipping your weapons. So let me put these all equipped on. Davis, you're gonna grab the pistol. Here, I'll drag it over for you. As I'm looking at that right now, making sure. Okay, so you got a pistol now. So as you're gonna see, this is gonna show up in the bottom of your first page of your character sheet, and you're going to also see that you've got.
See, I remembered you'd asked for a weapon earlier.
Okay, somehow
Thank
someone
you.
got a compression sheet messed up here. It doesn't matter. Okay, so yeah, on the front page, yeah, that's what I'm doing. I will. Yeah, you got to, Troy. I got to do that here when they say. But on the main tab, you'll see if you have a weapon in your hand. Davis, you should now at the top on your main page. Yeah, down there below now you see you've got a pistol sitting there, and you'll need to know that. And you also y'all all see in your main rolling area you have an armor rating. So your spacesuits give you some protection from attacks and all that. And that armor is basically how you repel damage. And so that's why I need to make sure everybody had their suits on for the moment as they begin to take them off though. Okay, so you two are moving down to the stairwell. Okay, so Wilson grabbed the axe. Miller, you gave Davis a gun. And what do it looks like Davis is hanging out at the bridge, kind of monitoring that. Yeah, you're seeing engines firing up. You're seeing, the bridge itself in that area, it's all covered with the fine glaze of ice, and all that. But it's now, with the power coming on, you're seeing it's slowly starting to melt. You're seeing heat being generated somewhat through the system as energy's pouring through them. That being said, what are Miller and Wilson doing?
What happened on our ship?
Yeah, we don't really know. It just suddenly, I don't know, just self-destructed, really. We're sitting on the bridge, and next thing you know, the alarms are going off.
You guys stayed on the bridge the whole time?
Yeah, we were supervising everything from the bridge. She didn't hit any buttons or anything. We were literally sitting there minding our own business, and the ship just alarms started going off. It was pretty suboptimal.
I even tried to reroute to try and move the ship further away, but it had already been autopiloted remotely to move away from us, from the other ship that we just boarded. So somebody had to have accessed our systems remotely for that to be able to happen.
Interesting enough, we had the conversion zone thing with the sensors that Rye fixed earlier. That happened again right before the alarm went off.
Yeah, it did.
I'm sure in
Gotcha.
no way is it related, but just I thought I'd just mention it.
I mean, it's worth
Ah.
mentioning.
Hey, are y'all doing anything or just hanging out in the bridge?
I'm gonna step out into the hallway just to keep an eye on it.
Okay. All right. Well, they're doing that. Okay. So Cham and Rye, y'all move to the stairwell. When y'all come in there, you're seeing stairwells going up, and you're seeing the access panels there. They're basically large grates that will provide you access into the air scrubber shaft.
So I think we have to get out of our spacesuits to be able to fit through it, right?
Yes, you do. And as you're looking at that, you see what looks like a watermelon, kind of a pale green watermelon looking thing stuck in the grate. Not on the floor, but in the grate. Halfway in, halfway out. It's kind of part of the grate system. It's about the size of a watermelon, just sitting there. That's not supposed to be there.
I'm gonna move up to it and try to see if I can get the grate open without
It's part of
leave
the
it
grate.
in
It's part
So
of
I'm
the
gonna
grate.
try to.
It's grown inside the grate.
So I'm gonna try to unhook the grate and pull this watermelon and grate down all at once instead of grabbing just the watermelon.
Good.
Hey, I'm gonna head into the corporate suite, see if I can't find anything there, because I should have corporate access because I'm a corporate guy.
Okay.
I've got my pass right here on my shirt.
Okay. Let me tackle the first thing first. So, Cham,
I
you're
don't want
going.
him out of my sight.
You're in your suit. Make sure I understand that. Y'all run out of air, but y'all are breathing the air there now. And this big watermelon thing there. This is a huge panel. It's going to weigh a lot. So, and you're going to try to take you got tools? What tools have you got to take this panel off?
The only thing I have is my, I guess the only thing I'd have is my cutting torch, so that's not really going to work that great.
Don't you have the bolt gun?
What are you carrying, Cham?
I got a pump action, cutting torch, my suit, and a bolt gun.
And Rye, what are you carrying?
Suit, incinerator, motion tracker.
Okay, making sure. Okay,
That's right. I meant to grab that motion tracker and I forgot. Might want to. I guess if they're out of the suit, are they out of comms then?
you guys have your helmets off, so you're not talking to each other, except for if you're in the same room.
I do motion to Davis when I'm leaving the bridge, and I'm not letting Wilson out of my sight.
You still Wilson messes around with it. He messes around with the door. He slides something across the door, and he enters that room.
Hey,
So
I
do
tell
I.
people what I'm doing. This isn't a secret.
Yeah. Right?
Hey guys, I'm going to the corporate suite. See, I'm using my pass card to see if I can't find anything interesting.
Okay. And 1 second.
Is Davis on the bridge by herself?
Yep.
Yeah, you may want to come with.
Copy that.
Okay.
Trying to-
Y'all are sitting there. I'm doing two things here at once. I'm juggling multiple things. Okay. So once again, let me ask Cham one more time. Make sure I'm clear what he's doing. So, are you going to cut this grate off, or how you going to deal with what you're seeing?
I know you told me I could hear some sort of banging or pinging or
It
something.
sounds like it's
that.
inside down on the bottom. You're seeing that shaft. You think you're hearing it down in the shaft.
So it sounds like it's below us. So I'm going to say let's go down.
one level down. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna tell Rye, let's try going down one level and see if we can get through the grate there and not mess with whatever's going on here.
Yeah, I don't want to touch this thing, and if we need tools, we gotta go down to deck D anyways.
So I think we're gonna go down the stairs to the next deck down and see what we have down there.
Okay, y'all move down. You're gonna move down into the third level. You come down the stairs, you see two of those watermelon looking things in the grates there. And the banging's much louder now inside the shaft. And it looks like it's trying to, you even hear a little bit more, more forceful, and that the bang, it's rapidly, whatever's trying to happen is turned on. But it is right. So you're looking at a grate, and there's another level inside the scrubber shaft before the cargo bay, wherever those rods are at, but you can't see them unless you get that grate off. And there's two of these things growing in the grates.
Do these watermelon things look organic?
They certainly do.
We can't pull the comms out of our helmets and continue to use them?
You're inside your helmets. They're part of your helmet. You could destroy the helmet if you want to pull the comms out. Well, I guess you wouldn't really destroy it. You would just rip it all apart, but it pulls power from the suit itself. As y'all are doing that, Miller, you hear talking coming from the south. And you look, and as you're standing there, the door opens up, and there are two individuals standing there, and they're staring right at you. They stop and they see you, and they just look at you. Female and an elderly gentleman with gray hair. And the elderly gentleman looks like he's pulling on a shirt and all that, and rubbing his glasses. The female is in her skivvies. And they both kind of stop and stare, looking at you. And the female goes, "What the hell are you doing going into my room? Who are you?" And this other man goes,
"We're a rescue operation looking for survivors."
And all of a sudden, "Johns, we got company here. Someone's in this ship." And then you hear a man go, "Who? What?" And then you hear this another woman go, "Who the fuck is in my ship? I kicked their ass in my ship." And you hear a couple more people moving.
I do have my rifle out.
Can we all hear that shouting?
Nope. Only the two of them. It was somewhat loud but forceful. But it's not like you're shouting. No, you're all the way. Y'all are. So you two.
I can't hear Wilson.
Yeah, Davis, you're all the way in the bridge. Yeah.
I've been trying to move my mini from the bridge, and I can't get the token to come down.
Just grab it and move it. Like that.
The map's not moving up there.
Well, so you to move the map, click on the fleur-de-lis button, click on your mouse button, click and hold that, and then move the mouse, and you'll see the map start moving. That makes sense? So put your mouse on.
It does.
And so you should be able to move your mouse up and down, and the map will go up and down. You keep your button held when you grab that fleur-de-lis.
I've been doing it before, but for some reason it's frozen now.
Here, here. So can you close your map? Close your map for me. Close it. Let me resend it to you.
Thank you.
Try that again. See if it helps.
Nope.
If they don't have a middle, well, I use the middle button. I just click and hold the button. You can use the middle mouse button, and You can right mouse click on the map, and then you can get your navigation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That worked.
There you go.
Perfect.
Thanks, Troy.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, and so y'all are sitting there, and okay, so Davis, you come back down the hallway, and you hear shouting. The other two are down a level, and they see, and basically, get out of my way, and says, Clayton, get the hell out of my way, move your fat ass. And this young woman comes stepping through, and 4'11", kind of scarred black woman. She's pulling on looks semi-military outfit, though it's not true colonial, like Marine.
A flight suit.
Somewhat, not a flight suit. No, military. It's a little camo, maybe space camo on it. She got a couple belt things. She looks like she's military-ish, but she's not. She's not dressed as a true
Weapons?
Nothing on them. No, and she goes, "Who the fuck are you in our ship? Better explain yourself before some ass kicking starts to happen." And then all of a sudden, this man comes walking around the corner, and he stops, and he goes, "Hold on, Clayton. I mean, not Clayton. Hold on, Reed. I understand. Give him we don't know what the hell's going on. We're damn lucky to be alive. Who the hell?" And this guy steps up, and she goes, "What do you mean? They're in our ship. They're not supposed to be. They're trespassing." And he kind of steps up to you, and he sticks out his hand, and he's shaking a little bit to Wilson sitting there, and he goes, thanks. If it's you we have to, thanks for waking us up, we hope. I'm Wix John. I'm kind of the acting captain of the group here. Who would y'all be? And where are we? What's going
John
on?
Wilson. I'm with the company. Here's my ID card. I'm the liaison for the rescue operation.
Rescue operation? Another black one. Who needs rescuing? Y'all need rescuing, because I'm going to kick y'all's ass out of my ship if y'all don't start talking up real quick. And all of a sudden you see the blonde woman comes over, and she goes, "Reed, just shut your trap." And she goes, "This is company business. I need to talk to that man." And she goes, You guys are just like lawyers, all you Wayland Yutani ass wipes. You can talk to him all you want. And then this other man comes around, and there's even another man behind him. And Wix John, the main guy, turns around. "Stop. Just hold on. They're here. We're here. We just get our wits about us. Let's get back up to the bridge. I need a status of what's happening to my ship. Let's just get back up there, and we can discuss what's going on." Is that agreeable to everybody, please?
Question: how common is it for you to get frozen in status for like 73 years? Like, if I tell them this, are they gonna flip their shit, or is it gonna be like, "Oh man, that sucks"?
I'm not telling you. You get to ask that question. You decide what to ask. I mean, no. So, you common sense. What do you think? Well,
I'm pushing back against Davis
Yeah.
to get us back in the other hallway.
yeah, you see them. I mean, he's shaking a little bit, and you see that they're a little scrawny. Looks like they've been, if it's true what's been happening, they've been living off feeding tubes. But they've been, they're all pulling on clothes. They look unkempt, except for this female in the back. She's trying to, "Can I please get to my suite so I can get me some damn clothes? And we'll get up there. I still have some pull on this ship, whether y'all like it or not.
Why
I
don't
need to
you all
talk to
go
that.
into
I need
your
to talk to
suite?
company man right now anyway."
All right. Hey guys.
And
look
why
for
don't
me
you
on the
guys
bridge.
and the company man all go into the suite?
I'll go in my damn suite. I want to. Who you telling me what to do?
And let them go to the suite first. Let's not worry about the bridge.
I don't. And so they kind of, Wake says, "Well, I'm going to my suite. Y'all don't. This is my suite." And she goes, "I'll talk to him. I'll meet everybody in the bridge. That's an order. This is my room. Y'all don't have a right to step in here. But he can. I'll talk to him. I need to understand what's going on from a company's perspective. If y'all will excuse us." And she basically goes to shut the door on y'all.
All right. So Lori Clayton is their company rep.
That is correct.
Did all the rest of her people move up to block that door?
They're moving toward the bridge. She shut the door on y'all. They starts walking, and you see them moving along, and you see the young black woman, and you see this elderly gentleman, and then another man behind him, a younger, comes walking up, and they all, start following, and reads this. Fuck Clayton. She wants to do that shit. She can take her company shit protocol and shove it up her ass. And Wix has said, just hold your tongue. Let's find out what these people are doing on our ship.
I do have my
Get an
rifle
update.
out.
So, okay. She goes, yeah, look where you got that rifle. Looks like it's got my engraving on it. Hope you know how to use that, motherfucker, because that's my rifle.
Probably not as well as you. What's up with your chickie poo that's in the other room?
I don't know. I don't talk to her. I'm not her mother. Wix and he goes, Reed, lay off of it a moment. Let's get to the bridge and figure out what's going on.
Before we leave this hallway.
We cover this in HR training. You're not allowed to say chicky boo. That's not inclusive.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
So John's trying to. So she's looking at Davis, and then Miller, you're standing in the hallway. What are y'all doing?
Let's get the lay of the land before we get out of this hallway.
No, my boss said this is our ship. We're going to the bridge. Who the hell are you to tell us what to do? And she's basically trying to push through. And Johns is holding her back, and he goes, I hear it. And he kind of sees, and he goes, I'm assuming, ma'am, you're the leader of this group? He's talking to you, Miller. This is John.
Oh, I forgot I was the ma'am.
You're the ma'am, yep.
What was the question?
He says he's asking you, are you the leader of this group?
I am.
Well,
we have some larger problems at hand right now than getting to the bridge.
Not on our ship, you don't. And he goes, I understand, but this is our ship. You would understand that he has seniority over you in this ship.
Miller,
I do understand that.
Why don't you just let him by? It's trashed anyway up there. See what they can do with it.
They're all stopping. Are we going to have this powwow in the hallway, or what the hell are we doing? What is going on?
The only reason I was second guessing letting them go by is simply because it's a wider area.
You can meet in the hallway or in the junction spot if you want, I guess. I mean, the question is, yeah, they're basically moving. They're trying to get past you, and you have a gun leveled at them, and the young black woman looks like she just wants to throttle you. She's willing to take a jump, but they're holding her back.
I shoot her.
No. Well, you have to. Did you just say you're shooting her?
Yeah.
You shot her, Miller?
So Johns is in front of you between Johns and Valerie, the young black woman.
Monster.
I'm just saying that you. Now, yeah. So Clayton and Wilson are, in the other room. They've shut the door. Y'all have no idea what's going on there. If that's what you want to do, Miller, you need. I mean, if you're going to level the gun, you're gonna blast into Johns, into Reed.
That's the two people from the ship that are in front of me that aren't on my crew.
That's right.
You said she looked like she was about to jump me.
She's trying. Yeah, she's basically, she's wanting to, teach you a lesson by talking. She's looking for. You can tell she's military. She's got tattoos. She's got smart. But you basically would have to plow through. You got another guy in front of you that's holding her back.
So he's holding her back, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's holding her back, and it's not too forceful, but she doesn't like that you're usurping command on the ship when it's not your ship. You're not in charge. John's is, to her.
It's not my intention to usurp command. However, would prefer to discuss this in this hallway than go to the bridge.
And once again, she says, I don't give a shit. It's our ship. If we're going to the bridge, we're going to the bridge. You don't have a right to order us around. I don't give a damn if you got a gun or not. And John's just like going, he turns and he looks and he goes, I understand, but I do have command, so I'm going to ask you nicely to step out of the way.
Hey guys, don't fight a battle you don't have to win. If they want to do it on the bridge, just why not?
He's not moving, it looks like, or she's not moving.
I'm not going to stand down from this doorway, so if they want to push past, guys, I'm not stepping out of this hallway until we can sort this out and talk first.
We talk on the bridge.
Or
We can see our
talk here.
ship.
Bridge
I'm
is too
telling
big.
you. It's trashed.
I want to see
Nothing
it.
you're gonna be able to do up there.
Then we'll go around. They start, the two way, and she starts walking back. And John's like going, God dang it. She's going to get there sooner or later.
So you ready to talk about what's going on here?
He says, what do you want to know? He basically says, what do you want to know? I understand thought, but we just woke up.
So the door to the down the hall by the med lab, we've sealed shut to seal some type of large creature in, because you have some kind of infestation here. We don't know what's going on yet, but we've been trapped on here with you.
What do you mean trapped on here? Can we get off? Where are we?
Your ship's toast, as far as I can tell. The engines don't work. I got 2 guys working on the air scrubbers, but our ship was remote controlled and taken away.
And Cooper, so this doctor there, they kind of move up, and Valerie.
And I believe either the company
disappears.
man or somebody else is in on it.
So, yeah, and so Cooper, he says, how long have y'all, and so stops, John says, wait, I don't understand, where are we? Where is the ship
Middle of
right
nowhere.
now? What do you mean in the middle of nowhere? Aren't we docked somewhere? How did y'all get on the
Nope.
ship?
Crashed into you.
And then, but doctor says, hold on a second. He keeps stop. How long have y'all been on the ship? Please tell me that.
How long has it been?
Several hours. And he goes, oh, damn. And he basically, we need to get y'all need to be inoculated then. And John's like, you don't know that, Cooper. And he goes, yes, I do. We need to get them to the med lab and get the rest of the stem shots, or they could suffer the same consequences. And
what consequences would you be talking about?
You could turn into one of those creatures you saw. Possibly. We've got inoculations that stopped it before the ship got taken over by them. We were doing some research on another colony world, off colony world, and we had some infestations that basically ingested in people, and it wasn't too long before the rest of the science team, of what was left of the science team, put together some inoculations, and all of us have taken it. But I need to get to those to get them into y'all, or you're going to probably get some of the motes or.
So you know all about
molecules.
these alien creatures.
No, I've seen them. I don't know about them or how they're doing, how they're forming, but we think we have found a cure that stopped the transformation. If there are motes, basically there are some eggs that have developed. We have found one of them exploded, throwing these basically molecule creatures into the air, and we think they got ingested via breathing them, and that has started to change the metamorphosis that we saw on some of the people, and it began to overrun. And he basically stopped and he goes, can I please? He goes, I really need to sit down. You see him lean up against the wall. He looks tired, and they all look pale. And he goes, could we get the hell out of this hallway and talk about this? But
the floor is good right there. Why don't you guys sit down? I don't think you'll make it to the bridge the way you're looking. Here, just have a seat right there. We'll make sure you're all right.
Johns pops you in the face, Miller. I've had enough of this. He swings
he's that
at
close
you.
To me?
Yeah, they're sitting right in front of you. You're all sitting right there. He basically pops you says, "Get us to the bridge
I
so
would
we can check
certainly shoot
in."
that.
He tries to swing at you, but he misses. Basically, he goes, "You don't tell us. We're tired of this. Let us get to the bridge." And about that happens. So, 1 second. I need to. Let me a second here. Hold on. All right. That's for okay. So, let's see. Okay. When you and just standing outside at the top that Clayton, you'll see Clayton open the door. She's dressed and she walks out, and I'm assuming Wilson, she basically, comes out and she goes, "What is going on here? Why are we not at the bridge? Where are we? Why have we not checked in with corporate? Let's get this ship somewhere before anything else happens to us. If we can even survive." Wouldn't doubt that shit's still here on the ship.
This guy in front of me calm down?
He tried to swing at you, to push by you.
I butt end him with the gun. Or is it one of those big guns?
Yeah, it's a big machine gun. You got the regular pulse rifle the Marines use that you saw in the second Alien movie. It's one of those.
I shoot the floor and step back a little bit just to let him know that I'm going to shoot him if he moves forward.
Your bolts will ricochet through the room. It's a metal room, metal hallway. Just so you know.
Well,
I
I'm still
shoot
in the
him.
corporate suite, right? So go ahead and shoot the floor.
I don't know. So I'm let him know, and that they're, so Miller has got she's dealing with an issue. Who's the captain of the other ship at the moment is trying to get by her, and he tried to swing at her, but he's still a little weak and all that, and so he kind of flubbed it. And Clayton says that, and she goes, "What is going on?" And she's the other yelling and all that, and she goes, "Yeah, you know that you shoot that round and all that, you probably could have a problem with hull integrity there, Miller. You're not firing a weapon like that capability without possibly taking some damage somehow. But yeah, your empathy as a captain probably, yeah, I know what you're saying, Troy. You basically, yeah, basically turning evil.
I turned the gun right on his chest, and I'm like, "Back down, or I'm going to shoot you." Period.
And Clayton's going, "Who gave you?" She hears all that. "Who gave you the authority to tell us what to do on our ship? You understand that I will report this, and you are finished in this company. You'll never fly another ship again unless you get the F out of our way so we can get to our ship and check in."
You're not going to be able to check in.
Hey guys,
If I'm through, I have nothing to lose at the moment. Then, thanks. Good to know.
Okay, while we hold that is going on, and Davis is moved around somewhere, Cham, sorry. So y'all are. If we get back to y'all with these pods that are in the grate system. So you were going to try to cut out the grate.
Well, we had went down to deck C to try to see, and we saw more of them down there.
There are two in the grates there. That is right.
So instead of just cutting them, I think we might want to hit those storage rooms just outside of the stairwell and see if we can find some actual tools instead of just a cutting torch.
you probably think that tools like that will be down in the cargo area. Things like that. If there's anything,
like vehicle parts storage.
yeah,
And,
all that kind of stuff will be down there.
Equipment shed.
All right, so want to head over there and see if we can get something to get these grates open, and we're probably gonna need some tools once we get inside. I'm not sure what all we'll need.
Yeah, I'm gonna put y'all. This is Rye and Cham. Where's Cham? Here we go. So
like
y'all
you gotta get a C and take the stairs down.
Yeah, I put y'all on C. Send you the maps real quick. We got a split party here for a second. Y'all can begin to move to the storage area. So you can check there first if you're wanting to check under storage areas. I will let you know the storage units. Y'all are moved through that, checking them all out. You will find some bolt. There's some stuff in one of the storage bins. A couple of bolt guns, another cutting torch, and a maintenance jack. Basically, ability to maintenance lift up something heavy up off the ground and all that. You will also find on the other side in the storage bin there are 7 drums, huge drums of what basically you understand is unstable chemical napalm. All right. So I will down the road. 2 bolt guns. Let me put those in the party sheet. Y'all can deal with them later. Well, there is a cutting torch. And where are the bolt guns? 2 bolt guns. Okay. And a maintenance jack, but that's a big, heavy thing you roll around. So you would basically, you move to the elevator, and it's actually, you can hit it, and it actually will work. And you can hop in it, and you basically could take it down to the vehicle bay area. Is that what we're doing?
I think so. We're going to go down there and try to find some tools.
We're leaving the impasse moment with the other group as we deal with that. And all right, so y'all move. You come down the elevator and you come out, and you are sitting in the vehicle bay, and it is empty other than what I saw. You saw actually there actually is another ATV you didn't see, and it's all been beat apart. It's been pulled apart, it's tossed around somehow. You don't know how. The other ATV is still up on its side, and the ramp you can see it's there over in the corner. There's some more drums. Looks like they're empty. You go into the equipment shed, and you can other tools, simple tools, screwdrivers, removing equipment, things like that. That yes, they're tossed everywhere, but you can pull enough together that you could to do repair work and stuff like that. You find it all down there. Other than that, that's all you see. I'm trying to think. The garage area. That's it. The reason I had it in here twice. I don't know why I did that. Okay, so y'all find that stuff, and y'all can begin to put it together. Unless you got any other questions to ask me.
I think that's it for down here on level D.
Rye?
I'm kind of curious, what's the dispatch office?
You're just saying where they kind of track the equipment and cargo coming in and out. Most of it, you see paperwork everywhere. Equipment tore apart. Some of it's been burned. So it's in disarray, so to speak. So
like everything else down here.
like everything else. Okay, so let me see. I'm getting asked a question. I'm gonna put back here to that answer is okay. We're back to the impasse. Miller won't move. Reed disappeared. Went down the hallway and...
I would make my intentions...
Go ahead. Sorry, Miller. Didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I would have made my intentions clear before they got within 5 feet of me about shooting them. So if they're coming within 5 feet of me, I will shoot them.
Well, John's tried to swing at you to get you to move haphazardly.
I'm going to interject and remind Miller that we're on a company mission to recover the vessel, and that is really the priority. And let's move to the bridge and have a conversation there.
You were to get the ship and the crew, if found, back to Anchor Port Station. That was your mission.
Right, and shooting somebody in a hallway is not intuitive to that. I mean, don't fight a battle you don't have to win. Whether we meet in the bathroom or we meet in the bridge or we meet in the hallway, it doesn't matter. Let's just let them win this battle and we'll talk on the bridge.
Clayton looks back at you. Someone understands company
What
protocol.
are they saying right now?
Well, Clayton base back goes, at least someone's got a level head around here, understands company protocol. And they're sitting there and...
As far as I can tell, company protocol just cost me my ship.
True.
Trust me, you will be duly compensated.
And why do you say that? How do you know we can get out of here?
Well, we're not going to get out of here by standing in the hallway. We're going to get out of here by looking at the bridge, figuring out how much damage was done and what's repairable, and start working on solutions there, right?
As you say
Who's the
that,
tech in this group?
the
Well,
ship's...
you're the captain, but I'm going to write a report, and the report's going to say how good of a job you did and recommend you for another command, right?
The ship, all of a sudden y'all hear some
I
noise,
hear everything you're saying.
banging. The engines you begin to hear the engines starting to rev up. You see the lights in the ship flicker. Power is being drawn. Somehow it's not working quite right. Y'all understand why, I think, but the engines are actually coming online.
So how
And
do I
they're-
know you guys are inoculated?
Medic,
Davis?
yeah, Flynn, little Liam, he leads up and goes, I hope Dr. Harold had Doc Cooper here inoculate all of us. We've got, if we get down to Med Lab, we've got more sets down there. There's plenty more. There was at least another rack of another 6 to 8 feeds. Syringes for everything. Johns will pull up and he shows you his arm. He's got a puncture mark on his arm. He pulls his arm up and shows you. Looks still sitting there. Looks fairly fresh still on his arm. We all have it.
Do they still look weak?
Yeah, they look weak because they haven't eaten. They've come out of cryosleep. You know that for 75 years. They all look weak, tired, sweating a little bit. Cooper, he's holding his hand. He goes, can we please get to the med bay later on? Let's check this out. I've got a splitting headache. He talks about. He goes, maybe I'm dehydrated too. We probably all need some fluids also.
You guys definitely go to med bay and take care of your crew.
But John says, somebody's not going to let me know. So, okay. And Clayton looks at Wilson. So, I like that idea, Wilson. You know what? Let's get to med bay. We should head down there. Which is actually, med bay is on C. Is it C? No, it's actually on this level too. Sorry. Past the...
Now the door out of the living area is the one I welded shut.
Just as a
stop
note.
the alien.
Yeah, I know. Well, I forgot about that. So, it was this one, wasn't it?
Yes, that was the door I welded shut.
Okay, well, dumbass forgot about that. So, actually, Oh, well. Oh, well, that's a big faux pas there for Duff, because I forgot about that door being welded by the group. So, okay, well, we're going to punt that situation now, didn't we? We screwed that little storyline up, because they would have come at y'all from a different direction then. So, but, yeah, so they will come back and go, yeah, they're going to recognize that maybe, Clayton Wilson head down there for a second, come back, and there's no way to get to Med Lab. We're going to have to go up and over to get to because someone welded the door and they moved that way. Clayton and Liam and Cooper began to move that way. At least we can go. Maybe they can make it up junction. No, they can't get out that way, so they'll come around. They start, what are we doing here? Oh, actually, the mess hall's over here. Okay, dirt, it's right in front of me, so they're going to head toward the mess hall. We'll get some food in us then. We'll let the command people figure this out.
You watch that hallway, Davis? Unless you had something else to say to me before you head down there. Sounds good.
Okay. Now, so they're moving to the mess hall to look at, and I believe that they move into there, and they're scrounging around. There's very little in the way of food left. Most of it has been ravaged. Stuff has been eaten through. Packets of stuff have been chawed. You see rip marks, tear marks. Things just been all pulled apart. And Wilson, you notice when they're sitting there, all of a sudden you look down, and on several spots there's a little origami animal on a table or on the counter. A little swan, a little deer, a little unicorn. But they do find some water. Barely drinkable, but it is. And they sit down and they're chatting. And she goes, "We've got to get in Wilton's place, so I need to go check. We've got to get to the bridge. I got to be able. We need to check in." Wilson, she's yelling at you. We got to check in, see what corporate's going to say about this. Corp's got to say on something.
Yeah, I haven't actually spent a lot of time on the bridge, but it looks pretty. All the gear up there is extensively damaged, so I'm not sure how exactly we're going to get the ship moving or the comm system going.
She goes, "Hey, have you got one of y'all? Is one of y'all's people a tech? Have y'all got anybody else here? Maybe the tech can work on it."
Yeah, Rye can work on it. Do you have a tech around?
No, they're dead. Unfortunately, when we were when the outbreak happened, it began to overrun several of the other crew members, and Johns was smart enough, and with Captain, to move, get some of us, grabbed us, and we all headed back. And she looks over to Cooper and says most of the scientific group was turning and began attacking those who were on the ground. We were actually, we had landed and started to research and found, the chemical substance that we were looking for. But then some of the crew members began to turn. They worked on inoculation, but it wasn't fast enough. And so we did a emergency evac with who we had available that was in the ship at the time, and got out of here. But unfortunately, it looks like a couple of the crew members and the captain, unfortunately, looked like they were infected before the inoculation took effect. So we injected ourselves, and then she goes, "Oh my God, where's Ava?" And you see Flynn and Cooper look up, and he goes, "Oh, that's right. Where is Ava?" Have y'all seen a young Asian-looking woman here anywhere on the ship?
Did she have really, really long arms?
No, no. We think, no, what do you mean? No, no, no. She didn't have arms. They don't know what you're talking about. They all kind of look at you, what? So, Wick starts, John just looking at Miller standing there, and he just shakes his head. I don't get it. And he starts walking down the hallway. He turns a corner. He goes out of your sight. And, but they're all
left
looking.
or right? Left, okay.
Yeah, he looked like he was headed toward the mess hall, too. So, yeah. He walks in here and goes, I'm too tired. This just doesn't make any sense. And he basically hears, as he walks in there, he basically hears they say the word Ava, and they're looking at you, Wilson. And they go, have you seen her? And he goes, oh, that's right. She was the one that helped us get into the pods as the fighting off at least two of the creatures here. And she had a gun, and she was able to get us into the pods and had to kill two of the technicians. They were turning, actually, when they're so, unfortunately, their remains are in the pods. But she was going to hold off the creatures as long as she could. And we got into cryostasis, and she basically, we locked the door, and that was the last we saw of her.
Yeah, we've seen no indication of her anywhere on the ship, right, guys?
Yep.
Unless she was the one I got the shotgun off of at the beginning.
We don't have
Have a
comms,
head.
right? So we can't talk to each other.
Yeah, no, you don't have that. So now, while they're holding that, we're back to Jam and Rye, who have now, you've come back up. Well, you come back up the elevator to catwalk, and oops, what are y'all doing?
Well, we're gonna head back probably to the stairwell and see if we could
Yep.
disassemble the grate.
I'm gonna grab that lift thing and roll it in there. See if I can tie it off to the grate. That way, the grate doesn't just fall onto the ground. We can kind of hang it from that as we pull it away from the wall.
You can. Okay.
Yeah,
All
we're
right.
gonna be a little bit quiet because that thing was in the
It's-
tunnel, too.
Yeah, that lift doesn't look like it's going to fit in the stairwell that well. It's maybe the cargo area lift for bigger equipment. You're not going to be able to move it into there.
All right, then I think we'll just try to unbolt this and
It was like you
as
could
much
bolt
as
it
the
both
two of
y'all,
us can
each
pull
side
it.
of it possibly could move it. Yeah. So
If it's an access panel, wouldn't it be hinged? Because like people would need to get in here normally.
there is possibility. You have researched enough. You just saw the grates with the stuff in it. That's a good question, though.
Okay,
Should
well,
we make it great or not? So it will be hinged at the top
All right,
to
so
open it up.
Some way to latch it up top then.
Looks like somebody could hold
But
it.
we gotta
Yeah.
we
Or
gotta
this-
deal with these.
Yeah.
Like,
It could flip up against the
Watermelon egg.
it could flip up against the top part. Maybe there's a little catch mechanism up there, something like that. Yeah, your thought process is right. But it doesn't look like it'll hold because these two big ass watermelon things are growing in it.
yeah, that's what I was getting at. The next big problem is these things growing in there.
Yep.
Well, let's just try to open it and climb through. And if it shuts behind us, it shuts. But it's not going to be bolted shut. We'll still be able to push
It's
it back
just a
open and
great.
get out.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah, but what if something like comes out of these? Like, they said they're watermelon size. Like, I
yes,
mean,
they are.
We don't know what's in these. Like,
Just a small watermelon type sitting there, two of them attached inside the grate.
they're not supposed to be here. I'm kind of of the mindset we should maybe do something about them rather than ignore them. And I'm kind of like looking down at the flamethrower.
All right, if that's what you want to do, I'll step back. But either way, we got to get in there. The air supply is going to run low soon.
That is correct.
Yes.
Well, air supply's there, but your carbon dioxide is now starting to fill. It's, more of the yelling and talking that's been going on. That's having a problem too. Okay. So, what's the plan?
We're gonna take a step back, and I think I'm gonna try and light up these watermelon things, see what happens.
Wick John. Y'all should see his name in the combat. If you open up the combat tracker, you can see all their names. So if y'all are looking at stuff, open that up, and everybody will be listed there. Okay, so basically, Chan would have to step out because you're going to fry. When you set off that flamethrower, you're going to fill the whole room up. You're going to blast the area with flames. Okay? Is that your final decision?
I think that's what we're doing.
Okay. It was the right choice. You hit that thing, and you boosh, and those things explode. You see it pop, and stuff flies up into the air. It's like the firework that goes off, and then all of a sudden you see the little cracklers go, and they fall down. Hundreds and hundreds of them. You see these things moving in the air, and all of a sudden they just burst and they explode, and this coughing, pow, 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 like popcorn going off, and they just filtered, and it turns to ash, and it just all crumbles and falls down to the ground, and they both are gone, and there's nothing left of the two of them or what was inside them.
Cham, wasn't there another one of those?
Yeah, there was one on the next level up.
On deck B, that's correct.
Maybe we should clean house before we decide to go in.
So go up to B, do that, and then we also haven't checked the grates at A.
So you go up to B. Okay. You go up to B, and you see one there. Yep. Do we perform the same alien version of Fireball? Okay.
We perform the ritual of cleansing.
That's right. Same thing happens. Kaboom! Goes off. Same sparkly this and whatever was in it. You set it up. It explodes out from the heat, and these things then automatically catch fire. And you go up to the first level. There are 3 of them up there. 2 in the grate,
Light
and
it
1 on
up.
the floor. And you pop those, and kabam! You take them all out. Nothing but ash.
Alright, note to self, if there's organic material we don't recognize, we are torching it.
Okay, so now what's the plan? You've cleared out the grates on all 3 levels.
Well, the banging was the loudest at the lowest level, if I recall correctly.
That is correct.
We should go back to deck C.
All right, so y'all have had quite a bit of time. We're going to say an hour's passed. All right. A couple hours passed. Everybody's somewhat unstressed. You guys are doing some work, but you work it off. Y'all go down there. Yeah, you take the grate off, you latch it in, and you look down, and what you're seeing is the rods are trying to move up. They're frozen. There's water down there. It's completely frozen, and that's the clanking noise because they're resetting. And you see the filters that are for the carbon dioxide are just coated with gunk. They haven't been cleaned forever, and so you've got some cleaning, basically wiping them down, cleaning them up, taking some time to pull the filtering systems out and get rid of all the gunk on them, and then you've got to get rid of this ice and make water.
Ideally, we need a heating system that helps us out.
Yeah, something only if it made heat.
Like a
Yeah,
flamethrower.
like a flamethrower.
Like basically they would throw a flame.
Well, I mean, that's going to be temporary, though, right? Like, it's probably pretty cold. It's going to refreeze.
Well,
You might be able to break the ice up around the rods and at least get them to start moving and let it spread from there.
So you would get down there to do that. You know that you're going to have to be quick. You'll deal with an issue that you probably can electrocute yourself because there's a good bit of electricity that flows through those rods, high-end electricity, that's now coursing through the system in the ship to make those things work. You know that the ice over time will melt because the systems and the ship itself will start making the temperature and but you are understanding that you've got a time. You would think you're dealing with a time factor here to get this stuff operational, to get more oxygen in there while you're dealing with the filters. So you've got to somehow take the ice out.
I'm going to go back to where we dropped our suits. I think that was on stairwell at level B. And get on the comm real quick and just let the captain know if they can find a way of shutting down power to the air scrubbers. We think we can get them online, but we don't want to, electrocute ourselves and die.
You took those helmets off. So where are their helmets? Their helmets are in the bridge, aren't they? So they wouldn't read you.
Yeah, we no response.
Mm-mm. You yell that and you don't get a response back.
So do we think something is wrong? Is the question.
Don't know.
Yeah. No. I'm inclined to think something's wrong, especially given how many things have already gone wrong. Maybe we should in person go back to the bridge. It's not that far of a trek.
All right, so we'll head over to the bridge trying to find our partners.
Okay, y'all start heading back up. Uh-oh, we lost somebody. Uh-oh. We lost Davis. No!
Our pilot.
That's not good.
Okay, so y'all basically start making your way back up toward the bridge. And we're back to this group. And, oh, there she comes. Yeah, so they start talking about trying to find Ava. Miller, what are you doing? Just standing in the hallway?
Well, I guess the reality is I've been having a conversation with Davis, so I've probably moved away towards the bridge, if that's where she went.
Okay.
Depends how long she wanted to stay in the bridge before we could get back and keep an eye on the mess hall.
All right, where's Davis? Are you back in? Oh, so she's having issues still. Uh-oh. So we need to resolve what she's doing.
I'll run upstairs real quick and see if
Yeah.
I can help her.
We're on a hold here for a second.
Gotta take a quick break here.
We'll take a 5-minute break real quick. We'll just hold here a second. We've got a Mexican standoff here.
Isn't the resolution to that just shooting first?
Yeah, it looks like you want to. Who shoots first?
It's very hard not to.
Well, yep. And there's when they're getting. Oh, there she comes. Okay.
Sorry, guys.
No, it's all right. No technical
I'm
issues.
back.
So yeah, like I said, the engines have powered on. So Davis, you're up here for a while on your own. So what you can either text, talk about it, or you can, if you wanted to, you were just looking at something on your own without anybody else knowing, you can whisper to me.
I shot you a whisper.
Uh,
Got it.
Let me see. Go back and look here.
It's been a minute. I can resend it.
Yeah, resend it to me so I can
Yeah.
check this out.
I was trying to be sneaky while everyone was
That's
busy.
okay. No, that's fine. You're on your own. All right. I didn't see the whisper. Okay, there we go. Okay. One second.
Sorry about that. I know multitasking is a bitch sometimes.
That's okay. No, this is what happened. There you go.
I want to know all the secrets.
None for you.
All right. But I will tell you this though. You're in the room there. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Miller, what are you doing?
I guess it depends if I've met up with Davis at some point here, or
You can start making your way toward the up down the hallway. And you.
I mean, I want to watch the mess, but I've had a conversation with her, so.
Well, no, it's fine. We might have heard something. Also, moving down the. You heard running somewhere, and a door shutting and closing, somewhere down the hallways here.
But I can't tell which direction in general.
Yeah, behind you somewhere as you were watching the hallways.
So towards the junction and the vestibule too.
Yep. Best. Yeah. B1.
I'm moving carefully up that way toward the bridge.
You'll see your roughnecks come clamoring into the area. Okay. They said you hear them come up the.
Captain, we figured out what's going on with the air scrubbers. We can get the oxygen going, but we need you to go and shut down the power to the air scrubbers for a few minutes.
In the bridge. I'm gonna get Miller.
I'm
in the
able
bridge
to get that
sooner or later.
message.
I'm sorry, Miller. What'd you say? I was being silly. Right now.
I'm able to get that message.
They were coming out the door right in front of you. You heard them walk. You heard
those
were the footsteps.
I thought it was the bad guys for a second.
There's no bad guys. But I was about ready to have you shoot them.
I almost did.
I thought about it, but that's not yet.
There's definitely a tremor on my hand.
Okay. Yeah, so basically, Cham, you come walking around the corner saying that. She damn near comes out of her skin and she's turned a rifle on you.
Whoa, Captain, what's going on? Calm down. We're just
sorry.
trying to get the air going.
Sorry, dude. Yeah, it's just tense up here.
Wilson giving you problems again?
I start breathing heavily.
Not feeling well. So, what do y'all say? Rye, what are you doing?
Yeah, if you see anything that looks organic, like a watermelon, I highly recommend using some fire.
Do they even know that we've met the other crew, or did they go down first?
We were
We have
already
no
gone.
idea.
We have
They were already
no
gone.
clue.
I have no clue what's going on.
So, guys, we met the crew of the ship. They're in the mess hall right now. I don't know whether they're okay or not, or they're a problem, but right now they're in the mess hall with Wilson. I'm not sure exactly where Davis is at the moment, but we can head to the bridge and do what you guys need to do.
All right, well, we got to get this working because CO2 is starting to get pretty high.
Yeah.
Let's go then.
Yep. And
I have my faith in you.
Yeah, y'all head to the bridge, and so you don't know this, but Wilson down there, you'll see Liam. He makes a console run and all that, and he's seeing life support seems to be. He looks back to Cooper and goes, seems to be oxygen levels are stabilizing. It seems because he's now getting more readouts and all that. But we still need to check out the logs. I want to, we need to see. They don't, they still don't know the dates, times, and all that kind of stuff, and they're still disoriented. And we need to make sure, and he basically says, Doc, we need to make sure all the records are, too, of what's happened are intact. We can see all that. And Wake says, I need to check to see how the stability of the ship is. Because now you guys are all feeling the engines are firing. And y'all are now in a turn. The ship is now being, you see, it is not just floating along. It is actually moving making a turn. And everybody sees that, and Clayton, all of them see that. And they basically, who the hell, now where are we, what's up? Clayton, she turns to you, Wilson, and she goes, do you know what's happening? Where are we headed? Someone's piloting this ship.
Hey, Duffy, we don't even know where we are in space. I mean, like, if we looked on a map, we couldn't even point to where we were, correct?
No, you could find it. You could take some time to show how far out you are. Y'all knew you would have taken some time. Y'all were out in space, off the beaten trail of the normal trade routes and all that. And Anchorport Station is about a month away on drive space, and other areas are farther out. But the closest spot to get back right now at the moment is Anchor Point Station. And it's going to take about a month.
Captain, I don't like that we don't have control of our ship. I suggest that we find a way to stop it until we know where we're going.
Got any ideas on how to stop it?
Was the reactor controlling our oxygen levels? Or could we shut it down?
The reactor would
That's
power does provide the power
For the whole ship?
for the whole ship. That is correct.
Ships getting remote controlled, is that like unusual for the technology level? I mean, like, is it like a 747 being like hacked and controlled by somebody else, or is it just fairly common?
I'm not comfortable with it.
Are you asking me that in front of everybody, or are you?
Well, I'm asking the GM. Like, is this like so many?
That's a possibility.
So we're not too surprised it's happening,
No.
but we don't know who it's happening, and obviously we're not happy.
Yeah,
with
so they're coming. They're walking. They're just walking down the bridge. Bri, what are you doing? You're sitting there in the junction room, not doing anything. Or are you going into the control room?
Have you guys not come to the bridge?
Well, they're walking toward the bridge. Miller's put herself right in the doorway again. But Rice is sitting in the junction room. So I'm just trying to figure out where everybody's at. Davis is up there looking at the bridge and seeing that the ship is being turned somewhere. Cham, you walked up. You see life support. Yeah, with y'all's work that you've done and all that, life support's kicking in, and the oxygen levels are rising up, and the carbon dioxide is being taken care of. Y'all did enough work. Since like I said, we're on the fast track here, that y'all could clean those filters out and all that, and that system is working fine now. No more banging. The rod's reset, and you can see them moving down, and the water levels rising, and all that, arc reaction was happening in the shaft and all that. Yeah. And they come walking around.
Just to be clear, the door to the bridge has been cut open, so it can't
actually the door to the bridge. Yeah, that's right. I thank you for reminding all of that. So they basically, can I get in and look at my ship, please? And they kind of see it, and they go, "What in the? Oh my God!" And he basically is looking at it. He goes, "It's like a bomb went off in there," because it's, like I said, it's been destroyed, and you can tell he did not expect to see that.
Yeah, we found this that
Cham,
way.
have you
Other
found-
than the door, I did the door.
I'm sorry, you said something, Miller?
Cham, have you finished your work there? And Davis, any luck?
Davis
I'll
is
report.
just seeing that the ship's being turned, but she's just staring at the control panel. But
I report to you that the air is all working and everything's good.
mm-hmm.
So my suggestion is, if they want on the bridge, that we all get off the bridge.
I agree.
Are they apprised of their situation? They don't seem to be
Yeah,
fully aware.
Yeah, so
Damn it.
Wicks moves over there, and Clayton kind of steps in, and she's looking and all that, and the docs and they both come over here to the life support system, checking it out, and he's basically he's just checking the sensors out, and he's basically gets a couple of readouts, and he punches out some stuff, and he just you see him kind of stumble back a little bit. he's getting the information, understanding where he's at, and he pulls up the date, and he goes 75 years. Oh my! And he's just basically he kind of walks over here, and he goes, "It's been 75 years. We've been floating in this fucking tin can for that long. We're lucky to be alive." And he just kind of sits there, and they're staring at each other, and then the coming through the doorway, you'll see Reed comes doorway. She moves through. She stares. She is also carrying a machine gun, and has got it strapped, and like she knows what she's doing with it. And she goes, "Now we're gonna play, motherfucker. If you want to play, let's start. If not, I'm taking over this ship." She comes in at the wrong time. She basically comes in after you've already let her on the bridge, and she's like, and she's God damn, and she's looking at it, but she's ready to rock and roll. And she stops and she turns and she goes, "It's okay. You can come in." And she steps aside. Well, actually what she does, she steps into the junction room, and y'all don't see it, but she pulls in she has a hold of, and she grabs it, and she's holding on to her, and this woman's a little bit taller than her, an oriental looking woman. And she goes, "Look what I found. I found Ava." And she says, "Could you excuse me?" And she's looking at you, Rye, because you're in her way. "Can I please get Ava?" And she basically brings Ava in here, and they kind of set her down. And you see Ava, other than looking haggard and dirty and all that, the right side of her head looks like it's missing. The back side of her head, it's kind of pulled apart, and her hair's kind of stuck up and she's covered in this white substance. And it's kind of stuck to her, and she's jerking a little bit, and you can kind of see it every now and then. A little white stuff, this milky substance kind of pours down her side. You recognize it that she is a synthetic. And oh, I'm sorry, I've got some of these others. This synth, everybody, all our okay, NPC. Hold on, I got them labeled wrong, but they all are human except for Ava. Who definitely is, okay, sorry. I didn't think I had these identified. I apologize. Y'all know who they all are now. Okay. And she's kind of sitting there. She goes, "Damaged. I'm damaged. I need repair." She kind of slowly talking that way. And Reed sits her down and all that. And she goes, "Well, you're fine now. It wasn't for you. How can you still be alive?" And she basically says, they locked you in cryo. For a while they tried to get to you, but then they lost interest. I ran into one to stop, take them away. One attacked me, but then she says lost interest for some reason. And he kind of steps aside, and Cooper and Liam get over here. "Let's take a look at her. We need to, let's see how badly she's damaged and all that." And they're looking at her and all that. And you see them doing that. Now, okay. Boom. Y'all are sitting there, and Davis, you're going to go do something. All right. Davis disappears. So y'all are watching that as they are staring and looking around at what at the droid, or the synthetic that they call Ava. She's just kind of torching all that. She tries to speak sometimes, and garbled messages kind of come out. She's not making sense, just trying to talk, and she's had problems with it because of her damage. Backside of her head's kind of ripped out. You see some of the tubing and all that's hanging out. It's, you've seen it. You know what it looks like. So that's what you're seeing, but a lot of it's dried on her. Any questions from our crew?
Is her head injury consistent with a self-inflicted gunshot wound from a shotgun?
No. She basically said I was attacked by one of them. One of the creatures. Attacked, and then it lost interest.
Hearing all this and then mentioning the creature, I'm going to say, we've seen one. There's still one on the ship. It was down by the reactor. We were able to stop it. It was chasing us, but we were able to seal the door down by the medic bay and keep it from getting to us.
Well, when Cooper said, speaking of the med bay, we need to get down there somehow now, because y'all have been on here. If y'all been here too long, there's no telling if the motes are in y'all. Who knows how much of the air's been infected? The rest of the crew, and he goes, "That's right. We're all inoculated, and are fine with that." And Wicks is just sitting there going, he goes, he's basically said kind of Wicks. He just kind of sits down. He's looking a little defeated. And Reed comes over and goes, "Come on, Wicks. You're better than that. You can take command." And the other groups
Are they looking healthier now?
Well, they're just healthier in the standpoint is that they've had a little water, but they haven't had enough. There's no food, so they needed some food. There's not in here, but they're not showing signs that also, that there's, other than they've been asleep for 55 years. So how, 75 years, what would you look like body-wise if you were fed fluids the whole time, and that tubing stuck up your backside because,
Do any of you have any idea how to regain control of the chip?
You need your techs on it. None of us are technicians. If you think we're being remote controlled, then they all basically kind of look toward the company. Wicks and Reed gets up now. She goes, "So what is it, Cooper? Not Cooper, but Clayton. Is that YT doing this? You know more about it than we do." And Clayton goes, "Just shut up. Shut your mouth. Okay? Stand guard over there and watch the hallways. Do your job," which is, was piss poor in the first time we got here, don't you think? And Reed's just kind of looking at her and goes, "I'll unload this fucking clip in your face." And Clayton goes, you know what? You're just all hot wind. You know what? But when it comes down to it, you're lucky to be alive like the rest of it. The rest of your crew's gone. That's all he says. "I don't know what's happening here." And she goes, "Maybe our other company man knows. I don't have control of the ship. No one seems to be, but someone does. Maybe we should take that into consideration before we do anything. Make sure this ship is cleared. Where's all the chemicals? Where's all this? Where's all your research?" And she looks over to the dock. "So we got that in place? Is it safe? Is this all going to be for naught?" So they basically, you see them arguing with each other. And Cooper just sits down and said, he just basically, is sitting there and he just says, "I just can't think. This hurts my head." And then you see him just he just stops for a second and he's holding his head, and he then all of a sudden just looks up and he just lets out this blood curdling scream, and he grabs his head like both sides, and he goes, and y'all hear a pop, and you see him just fall backwards on the floor right there, and everybody just kind of stands up, and back up, and you see him jerking and all that, and all of a sudden his right eyeball goes, shoots out straight up in the air, and Lynn ducks out of the way, and it hits Rye right in the forehead, okay, and rolls down on the ground. This Lynn, this eyeball with its stalk, and then all and Cooper shaking, and all of a sudden you hear another crack, and this bony white hand comes out of his mouth and reaches around, and another one comes out of the eyeball, and they pull open the mouth, and you just hear another gurgle and popping in blood, and stuff starts shooting out, and his neck starts ripping apart, and this little creature pulls himself out of his head.
I've seen this before.
I'm gonna try to push Rye out of the way and then take a shot with my shotgun at whatever's crawling out of Cooper.
Well, it's pretty
I'm
fast.
also trying to level the flamethrower.
Well, you all get. Well, yeah. So here's the issue. Y'all are in the hallway. So this happened. About the only one that's going to get a pop at this right at the moment is Rye, guys. Okay, because this happens fairly quickly, and you're all where y'all are at matters. Okay, this is what I'm trying to understand. Where your position matters, and this thing. Rye, you're looking at it, and one's outside of the eyeball, which was Cooper's, is laying on the ground. This thing is pulling out, and it's very small, but you see it. It's really white, and it's got little long arms, and then all of a sudden it shakes, and the back of its spine just goes like razor blades, just kind of arc out of it. And when it does that, the rest of Cooper's head just opens up like a book. And this thing stands up and shakes itself, and those are in the room right there. Cham and Rye can see it. Y'all can have stress. The rest of y'all hear this and the screaming going on, and everybody else in the room is motherfucker. And you see Reed basically, she's pulling back, on the thing, and she's got a machine gun too. Okay, but I'll ask Rye. What you want, what you have, if what would you do seeing this thing come out of this guy's head?
Torching him.
With everybody.
We've seen other like nasty foreign organic substances, and like I don't know what this is. I don't want to find out what this is. Obviously, he's dead, so it doesn't matter if I torture him or not.
Well, you'll light up everybody else in the room when you do that.
Oh, but
Do it!
it's too bad for them.
Burn it all down.
I don't can't even. Yeah,
that's your decision.
I'm so fixated on like the very bad no right in front of me that I'm not even gonna account for anyone else in the room.
So you're gonna light them up. But you're basically saying, okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So Rye just on instinct, flames the room, and everybody just erupts, and the creature. Let me get the creature here, because I know pretty much is how this is played out. Let me see. I need my other species. Oh, that's the new ones. Oh, that's cool. I forgot there were some new ones in there. Where's our little baby? Where's our little baby?
On fire. I'm hoping.
Sound like such a GM right now. It's so cute.
Come here, little baby boo. It's not a face hugger. I thought it was it's not a chest burster, but it's kind of like that. I thought I must have missed that. So it was the neomorphic blood burster, I believe. Yeah, so this creature comes out. I'm just trying to see how many HP. Okay, so you hit it with fire. You set them all on fire, and so what's Wix got? Oh crap, the NPCs. I redid these without their. So they're all going to take damage, and they're on fire and trying to put each other out. When you do that, though, however, you're going to take a burst of machine gun fire from Reed. Unfortunately, there. Rye, because she was laying down at that, and when you hit her with the deal, she basically is pulling back, and she's going to spray the door area.
Because I was trying to shove Reed out of the way to get the shot, can I shove him out even if I take the shot? Even if I'm the one that gets hit by Reed, I'm okay with that if I can get Rye out of the way.
You can make me you're basically you basically see Rye, not Reed, Rye. You basically see her click the trigger and the flamethrower goes off. Now you're going to try to push her out of the way as that flamethrower is going off in the door, because she's standing there in the doorway. So pushing her would put the flames into the hallway. Then, see what I'm saying?
Oh, I get what you're saying. I thought it was after the fire went out. Sorry.
Oh
I
no,
misunderstood.
that's flame. That whole area right in that area is now on fire, and people are yelling and screaming. But basically, Reed was getting ready. The guard woman, she was getting ready to fire too. When that happened, she basically pulls back up and she's going to spray bullets into the doorway. And so Rye's going to take a pop. Yeah. So, come here.
And there's no way I can try to push in front of Rye without getting into the stream of the fire.
It's all happening at one. Yeah. So it's basically So that's fire's going to. She's pulling. Rye's pulling the trigger, flame in the area. I'm assuming that it's a panic maneuver, and that she's like going, "Mother, and lighting things up." This is not a precision flaming that Rye's doing. I would assume. I'm not trying to speak for you, Rye, but that's kind of what I heard, is that you just saw that and the trigger went down, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a small thing too, so you got to cover an area to make sure it doesn't try and scamper.
Well, yeah,
away.
it flames out pretty big. Yeah, so that whole this is gonna be. And like we said, it's always different, and I'm definitely having to, but you're talking about, you're gonna light up,
And
a
I
good
think
party.
after I collect my thoughts, I'll have no regrets because they're all probably infected then.
Yeah, but you got some. So this thing is basically in a range combat. Oh, come here. So there are some bullets there. Okay, so that is 3 wounds to you. The damage is 3, but you've got your partial suit. Well, y'all took it off when y'all took it off when y'all were doing the repair works. So that is going to give you, so you take 3 wounds there, Rye.
You don't get any kind of resistance game?
No, because you don't have the suit on. You got no armor. So, give yourself 3, not stress. You're gonna,
I clicked 3 health.
Yeah, but it kept gain level of stress when you take the wounds. Okay, I forgot about that. My bad. We hadn't done that, hadn't happened. Did that a change story you made? Because I don't remember doing that beforehand, that the stress levels went on with the wounds. But there's a problem now that we're not gonna shoot through the bulkhead. I know what you're saying there, that maybe that would have put the piercing bullets of the machine gun would hit the. Okay, so it's new. Okay, so there's the stress. Yeah, so so Rye flies backwards as she's got gaping wounds in her chest on the ground. Now, if that's taking place, I need to have a conversation with Davis here. 1 second. So,
Hello.
yeah, 1 second. I'm sending you.
Sure.
I meant to send that. That's basically, that door's been ripped off its hinges, ripped off its deal. You see that? I meant to whisper that. I forgot. So,
It's all good.
so you, so while this is taking place, tell me. So where do you head down there? Y'all don't know this is happening. So because normally I would pull you into another chamber to chat and all that, but we can't do. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the log show. I think. Let me see. Rye should have taken 3 wounds. Yeah, you got more stress. You get the stress per the wounds because you just got shot. Yeah. So you moved down there, and the door to the junction is missing, and you step into the hallway toward the reactor room.
Okay.
And what do you do?
Is that door open?
Yep. Well, you look down the hallway and you can see the reactor room doors open. Yes.
Okay, I want to walk in there.
Okay. You walk in there. There's trash everywhere, and then you see the door to. You see the room is covered with gunk. The door is beat,
What?
and the door to it is off the. So the door to the reactor room is on the ground. It got totally pounded in, and you look in there, and there's some lights flashing. The controller, the reactor, it's doing its thing, powers into the system. Yep.
Okay.
And what do you do?
Okay. What color is the gunk all over the walls?
Oh, yellow,
Yellow. Okay.
not white.
Cool. Do I feel like I would have more success with the pistol, or if I just start ripping wires?
I will tell you. Or the pistol. You could. I don't know what's happening here.
Option A first. Option A first.
So, well, you move in. You move toward the reactor room, and you look in there to see this big nest-looking thing, and there is a big spacesuit in the nest,
Okay.
right next to the mechanism you're looking for.
Okay.
It's just sitting in the deal.
I'm sending you a whisper.
Okay. No, I think I know exactly where we're going with this.
Yeah.
Oh well. Send me the whisper, please.
Yep. There you go.
No, you have to.
Okay. I'm gonna make a bad dash for it.
There's a big creature sitting next to it.
Fuck them.
You run. Yeah. You. Okay. So give me a mobility check, would you please?
Yeah.
We don't have time for that.
Mm-hmm. Y'all are about to have a lot of time on those hands. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Oh my god, she got it. Oh my god.
You did this, sir.
Okay,
I
well,
feel like
here we
something
go.
really bad for us is about to happen.
So folks, this. Oh my god, she got the mobility roll. So y'all are arguing. This creature has come out of this dude's head. Y'all have been fighting with each other, yelling and screaming, and then all of a sudden, Davis is nowhere to be seen. And then, as y'all are sitting there in Mortis and questioning your life's judgments and all that fun stuff, what the hell's going on? And y'all get...
Danger. The emergency destruct system is now activated. The ship will detonate in T-minus.
What? Again?
This ship's emergency self-destruct system is now activated.
Awesome.
Now, and starts counting down, and
Let's just kill everybody now.
so there we go. And
On that note, can I lock the doors?
no, the doors are locked, but you've got a
Get
problem.
out.
You have a problem though, because the creature grabs you.
Okay.
And 1 second, I got to get to deck C. Sorry, folks. Oh, this is priceless. Like I said,
Perfect.
it is never the same twice. And oh wow, where's my abomination? Where the hell is he? Come here. All. Okay, let's put him
You
back.
could have had help.
Who is that?
That you could have had help, but it's all right.
Is that Wilson?
Mm-mm.
Miller.
I don't know who said it.
Miller?
Okay.
Seriously,
let-
Miller?
So, all right. So that's where the nest was at. I'm going to take
Unless
that
I read
off.
my sheet wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's this creature here, and Rye, you are here, and you grab for that. Now this creature,
I think it's Davis down there, not Rye.
It's David.
Oh, my bad. I
Someone
totally
remind me.
here. Oh crap! Let me put you back. Sorry, Rye. That's my bad. Rye is now got wounds.
Rise against the wall with bullet wounds.
Yeah, exactly. I'm
Yes.
sorry. I grabbed it means to be Davis here. Now my abomination. I know how many hit points it's got, so let me put that into play because I didn't. For some reason, they messed up. I thought I had those coded right, but not. Okay, this thing grabs you.
Yep.
And so where are my tables? And the blood burst, not the attack, basically, reaches for you. Head crush. It reaches for you with both hands to grab you, and uses 7 base die, and 6, 7. Hitting you, critical. Yes, it grabs you, Davis, and pops you, explodes your head in one fail move.
And
Right.
Beautiful white splatter pattern.
Well, they don't know that. Shh, they don't know that. Okay, y'all didn't hear that. Ignore that completely. Now we have 9 minutes counting for the rest of the group as y'all hear the self-destruct going off.
Do
now
we
the room
know
in
where
here,
we turn that off?
you can make me a Comtech roll.
Did Rye kill the creature?
You don't know. Oh, the creature ran. No, so the creature, yeah, it's on fire. Cham's the only one that would see it. Cham, you will see that it runs, and it's on fire, and it hits the ductwork right here. There's a small, like a little, grating Smallville deal. It hits that, and as it's on fire, but when right as it going to it, it kind of like motions down, and the spike, this blade pattern that comes out of its spinal cord basically hits that grate and opens it up like hot butter or hot knife on butter. Just totally carves it right open and hits right into the grate system, and you hear it screaming as it's running down into the air shaft system and out of y'all's view. And you hear it bouncing around, and it just disappears.
That's got to be toast, though.
So
Has to be
the rest of the
Can I
group,
check on Rye?
yeah, but the rest of the group is on fire. They're yelling, they're screaming. Cooper's
I
dead.
grab Rye
Run
and
for
pull him into
EDA
the junction.
Suits, and I'm going to close the door.
That door, okay, hold on 2 seconds here. So let me, I need to move. Cooper's dead. Now, okay, one at a time here. So, Cham, what are you doing? Cham's
I had
closest
asked
first.
I'd asked if I knew where to shut down the self-destruct.
I
and
need
you
a
asked me to
Comtech
come.
roll for you, please.
Which I did and had
Yeah.
one success.
So the success roll will tell you that it's probably there's a self-destruct mechanism is down in the reactor room right next to the reactor.
I'm running as fast as I can that direction.
You may proceed to go that way. Yeah, you basically take off. Well, how are you going? Because I can't remember. I think you would need to go all the way down to Junction B. You got to make your way you're gonna have to go down a level. Y'all are on B, so you could go down one level on C, then you make your way across like y'all did. Okay. Right.
Yeah, I dropped down at B1 down to
C.
level C, knowing that I can't get through the door over by the med bay. So I drop down to level C and then make my way that way.
There you go. Okay, so Cham takes off. Miller, you're next.
I go for Rye and pull him into
Her.
vestibule 1 to attend his wounds.
Okay, you grab Rye. Okay. Yep. So you're basically she's She's alive, but she's damaged. And Miller, Wilson, you moved into that room. You want to, okay. Did you did you have anything you wanted? I thought I sent a text earlier from you, but I may have been too in depth in what was going on. What would you want to do, Wilson?
I am going to close the door, and because all the shit's on fire, I'm trying to protect myself, and I have my axe out, and I don't trust anybody at this point.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Yep. And y'all are sitting there. Okay. And the countdown continues. All right. So the only thing, if that's all that's happening there, then we're dealing with Cham. So we're going to close that map because Cham's going to be as the countdown continues, and Davis is no longer with us. Okay, Cham, I'm going to put you on the board here, and here you are.
All right. As I come around the corner to the reactor relay, I slow down a little bit, and I do have my shotgun up because I know that creature was around, and if I see it, I'm shooting.
Okay, so you come through the door and you hear something moving around and you hear something going bam, bam, bam. Something's hitting the wall, bam, kabam, kabam, in the reactor room, and you can see movement in there because there's lights and all that.
All right, so I'm gonna come into the room, like
you're gonna
pulling the
blast
trigger
away
as I come in. Yeah.
Okay. So you move here. Well, okay, I'm sorry. You put yourself where you want yourself. Okay. Okay. So you see this creature. It's got Davis's body in its hands and is just slamming Davis like Hulk did Thor. Kabam, kabam, bam, against the walls and all that. And you see white liquid just getting sprayed everywhere, coming out of Davis.
Do I have any idea what that means?
Yeah, she's a synthetic. You didn't know it. Yeah, but you understand what that means. Yeah, all of y'all do when you saw Ava, but you didn't know that Davis was a synthetic. What's up? Hey, what's up, Candace? Good to see you. I got your PM on Discord. I apologize. We've been doing KoboldCon, but I will reach out and say hi to you later. I hope you're doing well. It's good to hear from you, dear. Thanks for the follow, Corey. All right. You see this, you'll get a point of stress because you're seeing multiple things that don't make sense, okay? But you may target the creature and you've got a shotgun blast. So basically what you do is you're going to do the range combat. You're going to click and drag that, and you're going to +2. So you should... Okay, so you just grab the +2 bonus of the pump action shot. So go down to your character sheet, down to your weapons, okay, and see the +2 bonus over to the right.
I see it.
Yeah, grab that. That's your rolls. Grab that and throw it. And what did you get? You got a success. Okay, so that means it gets 3 damage. You see this thing. The shells hit it. The blast hits it. It has. Armor. You see you see your pellets hit it, and they go and they just kind of fall to the ground. They don't penetrate its frame. We are now in combat, the two of us. So you're going to oh boy, you're going to go to the tables on the right hand side of Fantasy Grounds where it says tables.
All right.
You're going to open that up, and you're going to see one that says initiative order.
All right, I got that.
Click on that. Click on the dice once. You are an 8. I get 2 turns. I get a 5 and a 2. So actually, he goes first, actually. So I think it goes from 10 to 1. So you may have an action and movement. You're 1 zone away, so basically you're within range of your shotgun, because you're right inside there. But you are up first.
Now, in the center of the reactor, you said there's like a pit in the middle, right?
No, the reactor is a big cone. There is a nest area that was right here behind it. And off to the north side of the wall, right on that north side of the wall next to the nest, you can see the flashing, and you can see the self-destruct mechanism, and the lever has been pulled down. That is what set it off. And the creature's between you and the self-destruct.
The reactor cone, is it like... Is it just a cone on the ground, or is it like jetting electricity? Or
Oh no, it's an internal mechanism. Like like maybe just like a nuclear reactor. It's not a Star Trek type deal. No, it's going to be an encased plutonium, some type of mechanism that gives off a butt ton of radiation if opened up. And you understand that what happened is the reactor is now going to be thrown in meltdown mode, and the ship will explode when it gets to 0.
All right, I'm gonna try shooting it again, because that's all I can really do.
Yeah, same thing. You cock the weapon and you lay at it as it begins to. Looks like it's getting ready to lunge at you. You get a point of stress and hit the panic button there, my friend. The weapon. You hold on. So I'm going to let you fire it. I'm going to let you hit it. So you hit it. You hold on. You've got damage. So would you, you get, what's your weapon do again? It's got three damage. Okay, so we'll see if he can do it. It's got an armor rating. It soaks 2 of the damage. You see it, you see a piece of it tear off.
Hey, at least I did something.
And it charges you. And it reaches out, and it has 2 attacks. And it does the first one. It basically just rears back and punches at you. Hitting you once, which is a base. You take a point of damage. It punches you. Yep, but just pulverizes hits you in the face. So you'll take a point of damage, please, and then it swings again. Another fist to the face. Misses you. All right. It's your turn again.
You're dancing.
It is now standing next to you, over you, as it's punched at you twice. Cham. You're doing your job.
Trying to protect the rest of my family. I shove the shotgun right into its belly and pull the trigger.
You can do that. Point blank range. All right. Pull it up. I'll give you another. I was going to say, give me another. Just roll. Grab the. Do you have the? I can't remember the dice down below. Do you have a dice? The little D6 down below. Down the bottom next, below the combat tracker and all that. The chat window. No, I don't remember if y'all have dice. I can't remember if they have dice there.
I don't see.
That's fine.
I
So
have a D6.
you do have a
I have a
D6.
I have a D6 floating around on my map.
Well, yeah, I need the D6. I need you to, so if you right mouse click on the Fantasy Grounds desktop somewhere, the 9 o'clock position, you'll have arranged dice. It'll bring the dice back down below, down there to the bottom kind of left-hand corner area. Just throw me another D6 in there. Okay, so you shot, but unfortunately something happened again. So you got to give me another point of stress and hit that panic roll. You drop your weapon. Your weapon.
Perfect.
And you get another level of stress. It's now your. Sorry, it's not funny. Not funny.
Oh, this is great. I think it's hilarious.
And the creature says you're sitting because you dropped your weapon, because it's now grabbed your arm and is going to Oh, wow. If attack cause it automatic, it gave you 1 point of damage. All right, and you get critical injury number 54, and that is severed arm. It has pulled your arm off and is now going to use it to beat you with it. So you
This is tragic.
That's great.
and it attacks one more time.
With his arm.
Actually, looks like it's going to grab the other arm, and
This is awesome. I love this.
it pulls off. It gives you another. How many points? What's your health? Oh, so that's your last. So you need to check off your last health point there. Yeah, and and then your critical injury. Yeah, broken. Yeah, no shit, you ain't got broken. So yeah, you basically go into berserk mode. You've got no arms. It's beating you with your arms.
Just
He's put a scratch.
Yeah, it grabs a hold of you, and the countdown continues. Now, I will give the group upstairs as y'all hear the countdown going, any last wishes or ideas in the general vicinity of where y'all are at?
How much time do we have till this goes off?
10 seconds. You got a little time. Cham's gone down there, so I'm wanting to know as you're sitting there. Y'all were in. I think you were in one room. We had Miller in taking care of Ryan.
I always loved you.
I'm sorry. Oh,
That's so sweet.
that's right, Miller and Rye. Okay, Wilson, what are you? You're sitting in
I
there.
cradle him softly.
It's a her. You're cradling her. Y'all are two females.
Cradle her softly.
Cradle her softly. Okay, Wilson, any last parting wishes? No.
I duck.
Well,
Head between legs and kiss your butt goodbye.
as we say goodnight to the crew of the Montero and the Kronos, the ship explodes, set off by Davis. The self-destruct mechanism was set off, and the whole ship implodes, and you'll all ponder those last moments of life and mistakes that you've made as you were turned into stardust. The end.
That is awesome.
Fortunately, that's so sorry.
I feel like this was actually a success, though.
So depends on how. So let me.
It really feels that way.
Yeah. So normally there would be a epilogue if someone was alive. In this instance, I think this is my first full death for all the crew members, everybody. Someone has always gotten out alive. So thank you for playing. So yes, there's nowhere else to go now because the ship did explode. Davis, would you like to explain to everybody why you did that?
Someone was just asking me, actually. So my agenda was to find as much information on the xenomorphic material as I could, and accessing the ship's logs. I couldn't get into anything without trying to recruit help, and I couldn't really successfully obtain an alliance and know that they weren't going to backstab me. So essentially, the final objective was keep all alien material from reaching Earth at any cost, whether that meant killing my friends or killing myself.
But who were you? Who were you? That's the important
part. My name
part.
was Lucas. I'm Lucas, and I'm an android.
And you were from where? Do you remember?
Damn it.
You were that's fine. You were Lucas is actually a member of a different corporation, a rival to Weyland Yutani that was embedded on the ship, to be a part of another crew member. And was alerted beforehand that this was going to happen, that Weyland Yutani was going to be rerouting the ship to this ship, to the Kronos, and his mission, her mission, unfortunately, I'm sorry, was to make sure that didn't happen, that nothing left that ship, and everybody was supposed to die, no matter what. Undercover agent Wilson, what were you sent?
I was trying to get everyone's trust, and basically you're all expendable as long as I got the ship back.
Wilson's job was to get Wilson was sent actually a communique before y'all went into hypersleep from Weyland Yutani that his job was to get the research, find the materials, and get this back to Earth no matter what. At least get the raw materials that was found. So what happened? The rest of y'all were, as y'all, who you were. There was no pulling punches for y'all. Y'all were just caught in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Weyland Yutani found the ship. It was detected. This ship was on a mission. It discovered an alien substance that they were trying to replicate and weaponize or use, and it basically, the material, they had these pods were motes. They basically were, spore pods, and they were all over the place, and they basically were exploding, sending stuff in the air, and they got into the people working on the planet, and they began to change them, as you saw what happened with Cooper. And they began to turn over time, and they were turning abominations, or they would transform different ways. Some would, as you saw, the captain, who was the body that was extended arms, was starting to turn, and took her and basically ate the shotgun shell to kill itself. Other ones, a couple other scientists and members of the crew turned into, or there's an abomination. There was actually, if you messed wrong enough, we kept on going. There were actually 2 full aliens running around on the ship. No, sorry, there was one more alien. The baby one that was hatched would turn into one down the line, start growing and growing and growing. And y'all will deal with full 2 xenomorphs, very similar to the alien creature itself, but a different structure and all that. And so the crew, which you didn't know, they were inoculated, except for Cooper. He didn't take his because he didn't trust it. He wasn't sure if it was really what was going to do the job, and they didn't know for certain. And he didn't take it, and it wasn't. Ava knew, was going to reveal that it sometimes worked. Some of the crew members would turn, some of them wouldn't. Clayton was a company woman, and she was going to basically, if working on it, had we not gotten all fried, was going to use Wilson to basically help get the cargo back to Earth for a very big prize. There was actually $1 million of currency in a safe in her room, and in her closet area, which you did check out, there's actually was a pod to get away. The rest of the pods were gone, and so that was what it is. Now the funny part, if you go on a longer deal, the pinging that y'all were getting was actually a pirate ship that was following the cargo, wanted to take the cargo off the Montero to sell it on the market, and they were actually, in some of the games, they actually board the ship after all the aliens are attacking and everything's going wrong, and they actually bring on more NPCs basically to cause mass chaos all around the ship and everything that's happening on it. What would happen if you were to die? Usually someone always died in the first session. When we played the next session, they would take over one of the NPCs and start running it that way with their own personal agenda. And so there was actually a whole lot more there. But this one was Lucas bravely and did it rightly, got down there and killed everybody. We've had the pirates win a few times. We've had Wilson, I think, got off the ship once in the pod, but the alien did just like it did in Alien, basically jumped out and basically punched through the window and killed Wilson. It's up Celestian on the raid. We're just kind of finishing out. The secret android basically accomplished her mission. She blew up the ship a few minutes before so we were just a few minutes early, but hey, thanks for the raid, appreciate it. Any questions? So we played fast and loose here. The little rules a little bit, there's a little bit more to it as far as some of the combat and some of the play out. But you definitely have there's a lot of RP associated with this and how you play off into the game. And like I said, we're playing what's called the cinematic mode, which is basically like a 3-act movie, and that's how that campaign was structured. But they do then have full campaign mode, which you don't use personal agendas then. Basically, you start to play out, and whatever, how the GM, however they develop the world, have go on and on and on. You have leveling up and ways to make money and do whatever the scenarios play out, and you don't have always combat. You'll have a lot of roles where you have empathy roles against some of your skills and things like that to be able to affect things in game. It's not always about combat, but you'll find out, and was found out by several of the other groups a lot of times, the aliens are meaner than shit and damn near hard to kill. So, yeah.
Yeah, I figured I was running into a losing battle, but I had to try.
Yeah, even with the machine guns, they've had them where they've had coming at them, and they take, full on damage like that. They still have a lot of armor, just their casing and just how huge they are in the abomination. So, but they have been killed. Some of them have been killed, but usually it's the ship exploded or, the aliens killed everybody. Now, what was happening to make things run along a little bit more was as soon as Montero came in contact and got in close range with Kronos, Wayland Yutani was the one that was calling the shots for y'all. Normally Wilson was supposed to find out a way. Normally Wilson's job was to get everybody across. Wilson sets off the self-destruct on the Montero and gets across and deals with the consequences from there. But what I have done several times is once the ships were in close enough combat, Wayland Yutani has controls into the ships as always. They were able to then start things in motion. They're listening to y'all's, comm systems. Y'all are talking. They're listening to that, and they're hearing what's going on. And so normally always, I first will set off the self-destruct, which gets everybody over to the Kronos, to start that part of the game and get them off of the ship. They don't need to be on anymore. And then they, over time, figuring out ways to get as powers being, they're working on it to get the ship at least powered up enough to start moving away from the explosion, because unless you can get in through the reactor real quick, you're not going to, get through that. And then they turn the ship toward Earth, which sets up the corporate people against Lucas, and everybody's stuck in the middle trying to figure out what the hell's going on. So that's what was happening. It was remote control, and it was Wayland Yutani doing it through the Montero first, and once everything kind of got really powered up, they were then to come straight on into the Kronos and take over it from there. So that's
I really thought that was Davis who set off the self-destructs, because both times Davis was at the controls and all of a sudden, a remote control getting pulled away and the self-destruct turns on.
I was going to set up Wilson because
had me totally fooled.
Yeah, Wilson, had gone and made coffee and was getting cookies and all that, and so had he gotten across, that was going to play. That was a great way. Is like, well, you don't know that Wilson didn't do it, but Davis was still sitting in the control room, and so kind of was unable to play it that way. But definitely could have set up Wilson that way. But
she wouldn't leave. I was trying to get her to go so I could go access Mother.
See, and I didn't leave because I thought you were going to do something stupid.
Well, he got into Mother finally and was asking questions, and Wayland Yutani basically says, just do what you're told, get the ship to Earth, and do your job, because he was trying to find out more information. He was asking me more information about what he was doing, what was on the ship, but they weren't relaying that. They basically get the damn ship here. That's all they cared about. All of you could die. They just wanted the ship headed that way, and the aliens on it. And
I was sitting there telling Davis to keep an eye on him.
So yeah, you were worried. So you were partially right about them being sickly, but that was mainly just because they weren't, they hadn't eaten in a while. But only at that point in time was the one of them until I was. Normally, what I've done is I've gotten everybody into the bridge, and then that explosion happens with the head, and the doctor dies on top of the holographic table, and everybody's around the table in the bridge, and chaos ensues. But I just kept trying to get, and you just wouldn't budge, and it was a great call. So I said, well, shit, I'm just going to move everybody over to the mess hall for a little, and I'll delay that transformation until I can get most of y'all in the room, because just having the NPCs in the room doesn't make for any fun when he basically changes. I need y'all in the room to start reacting to it and all that. And so finally I was able to get it up there. then Davis maybe she basically said, I'm sneaking away for a second. And I said, oh, awesome. Because now she's going to try to go for the self-destruct, which ties up my game then, which brings all those pieces together. There's multiple ways to make this happen, and you take it based on how they develop this little scenario. Well done, I think, the way they played it out, so that you can juggle the different pieces properly and bring in each part of the crew. And then if you need the pirate crew, you can still bring them in Act 3 to even ramp up the level some more, because they basically are trying to take what they can, and they don't care who y'all are, you know. And
Is it a commercially available adventure?
oh yeah, it's so what they've done. This was released when they did the pre-release. I think they were a Kickstarter, if I remember correctly, and they it came with the rule set, the basically intro rule set, and then they released it. It's, you know, you can buy it on its own. They've now putting out another box set for the rules with the book and the map. It comes with the maps, it comes with the tokens, it comes with all the dice. They've got I think it's a campaign. It wasn't a Kickstarter. I thought it was. So it was just pre-order. Okay, so see, Troy likes to correct me a lot because I'm wrong on my comments, because I didn't get it on the pre-order, but I did get the PDF from one of my friends to let me know what was happening, because everybody was talking about it, and I wanted it so bad. But Fantasy Grounds hadn't done any of the conversion for it yet, and so that's Troy, whose priest is in chat. He's the one that's made this and gone through several iterations of it, and really made it work quite well. It's still not completely 100% functional based on the rules, but it's enough here to run this scenario. And then Hadley's Hope, or Hope's, there's basically another cinematic version of, you go to Hadley's Hope where Aliens takes place, the colony. You basically go down there after all this stuff's happened. And now they have another one that they're releasing that's coming out, and said I've ordered that one. Getting the freezing condition worked out. Yeah, so there's freezing, there's dehydration. Your suits have power. There's power ratings with the ship, with the suits. All the tools that you have, they can basically run out of power over time unless you charge them. And so a lot of that, I just gloss over that because the minutia would bog us down getting through this storyline inside 5 hours. If I had 3 sessions, we could pull it out a lot longer, and your stress levels would come down, because basically I can forward time on a clock that he's developed that I can add hours or minutes to, and that will then take the stress away over time. I mean, in this instance, it's fairly move, and so I work it a little bit differently, and I'll pull stress off of y'all, or just I'll tell you to remove it over time. And you also have something called story points. Basically, after each act, if you've played your character up to pace and you've played it right and you've done all stuff, you get a story point. It's like inspiration in D&D, but it follows you as the person, not the NPC or the PC you're playing. And basically, you can use it the next session to get a success on a roll or change a dice roll, something like that. So that's part of the game also. So, and they've got ship combat rules. They've got they've got tons more aliens they've put together. And I like a lot. I'm looking forward to seeing a full campaign, because the panic and the way the stress level works in a scenario like this is fairly quickly, and it builds rapidly. But what does that look like over a campaign, as you're stretching out your timelines on a much longer business scenario? I mean, and how does that play out, and how you level up and move through and get stuff done? So that I'm looking forward to next to running once it gets all put together, and we get the more work done on this, because I like the interface now. It is he's, like I said, he's got some text work he could work on there on the chat window, but for the dice rolls, if you'd seen the work that he's done in the beginning to where it is now, complete major changes in look and feel to what's going on here. So I think it's called as Colonialists. Is it pre-aliens? So it's before they get there, I guess, as they're building up. I haven't actually read Hadley's Hope and what it is. That's the next one I want to run. But I like running this so much because, as I said, every time it's different the way it turns out. I've never been the same twice. Folks, I've kept you up long enough. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was a blast. Thank you for running.
That was
Thank you
awesome.
very much. It was nice to meet you all too.
Nice to meet y'all.
Yeah,
So
you too.
yep. So one last time for any of y'all that please reintroduce yourselves or tell where people can find y'all that have Twitch channels or ways to find you on social media. We'll start at the top there with Miller. Again, we'll go down the line.
My name is Dwight, and I'm also known as Cursus, Kersus, and that's my Twitter as well. And furiouslyeclectic.com is my website, and Furiously Eclectic People on Facebook.
Okay. Cham and Davis.
I'm Joe Foster, Foss Donut, everywhere online.
My name's Alicia. I go by the Awkward Dungeon Master online. You can find me on YouTube at youtube.com/the Awkward Dungeon Master, and by the same name on Twitter and Facebook.
Rye, I think you want people to find you somewhere.
There's no word really find me. I'm just showing.
And Wilson.
My name is Ryan. I'm on Facebook, Ryan Pack, and that's about it. I don't Twitch or Twitter or tweet or any of that fancy stuff.
It's probably smart. So